Chapter 1106 Saint of Secrets Bootiz. Furs had experienced quite a bit recently. She might even have been watched by a king of angels, so she had a rather strong tolerance. At that moment, she didn't show any abnormalities as she naturally retracted her gaze. Without slowing down, she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, the two of them brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between beyonder characteristics? If he knew that teacher was here, he definitely wouldn't be so slow. Instead, he would directly teleport to chase after him. Thankfully, teacher has already boarded a carriage and left the inn. Furza's heart returned to its original position as her tense thoughts relaxed slightly. After taking a few more steps forward, she looked up at the sky, as though to determine if it would rain later. At this moment, a crow flew over from afar and landed on a tree, facing the spot where Furs had just passed. Furs didn't think about the Saint of Secrets Bootiz as she maintained her previous speed and left the street. As the Aurora Order hadn't held a gathering in Bakeland for a very long time, and their target was a demigod, Furs temporarily didn't have any thoughts of avenging her teacher. Ignoring the problem of her lack of combat strength, just finding and locking onto a secret sorcerer was a difficult task. I'll wait until I become a traveler and have a chance encounter with Bootiz before entrusting Mr. World with the corresponding mission. I'll use this period of time to save up my remuneration. Now I can confirm one thing. The Aurora Order has a saint in Bakeland recently. I can't eliminate the possibility that Bootiz was affected by the attraction between beyonder characteristics during his travels today and accidentally got lost in Bakeland. Furs naturally considered if she should seek the help of German Sparrow from the world. As far as she knew, this gentleman had killed at least 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. Among the upper echelons of the 7 Orthodox churches, there are only about 10 true demigods. According to Mr. World's progress, it'll take him at most 2 years to clear out the powerhouses of a church. Of course, reality isn't such an ideal model. Furs, who had received higher education and worked as a surgeon, gradually let her thoughts wander. She walked to the side of the street and got into a rental carriage. Above the gray fog, there was a small gathering with only son Derek, the hanging man Alger, and World German Sparrow. However, unlike previous similar situations, there was Mr. Fool as a witness this time. This was because Sun's main goal was to figure out which sealed artifact could please this mighty existence and exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. At the same time, he also had some questions he wanted to ask the hanging man and Mr. World, so he applied for this private exchange. Sword of Silver Dawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These are all items that have outstanding abilities and negative effects. They need to be sealed. This also means that the City of Silver doesn't have any beyonders of the artisan pathway. All their harvests can only be formed naturally. Even if there's a god-level sealed artifact that can shatter their characteristics, there's no way to reassemble them. As the fool Klein listened to Little Sun's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of different sealed artifacts. The first thing he eliminated was the Twilight Mask. This was because the negative effects of the sealed artifact that originated from the former chief of the City of Silver were too great. Although Klein could get his marionette to wear the mask and cut off the connection to his hearing, thus avoiding the incessant screams and roars, and he didn't have to worry that his marionette, who was essentially his item, would become a slave to the Twilight Mask. If that were to happen, his actual body would become one of the people who died for no apparent reason. Following that, Klein gave up on the Fallen Flute for the same reason. The sealed artifact's ability to predict danger ahead of time was indeed better than the Desire Apostle in Creeping Hunger. It was tempting, but the negative effects weren't that easy to avoid. If Klein's actual body were to use the flute, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions. This was completely contradictory to his philosophy of using his humanity to resist godhood and maintain balance. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, his actual body would suffer the obvious decline in the thinking abilities of the surrounding living beings, making it easy for him to make mistakes. This would cause the core advantage of the seer pathway to be lost. In addition, this flute will cause the people in the area to fall into depravity. Desires will flow through them. I don't wish for the people of Buckland Street to become a race of revelers who abandon their morals. When the time comes, who knows how many illegitimate children will be born? I can only consider the sword of Silver Dawn and Life's Cane. Klein mumbled silently as he quickly chose one of the two. The head sculpture on the sword of Silver Dawn had a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that he could communicate with it, and as long as he could communicate with it, many of the negative effects would naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could ignore the thickness and just focus on the height. After all, to a clown with extremely good balance, it didn't affect his performance. The problem of Life's Cane causing the wielder's body to mutate could be avoided by handing it over to his marionette. Once he lost or gained any organs, he could use Flower of Blood to repair them. As for the surrounding area being filled with vitality and the flourishing of flora and fauna, it wasn't that negative, since the negative effects of the two sealed artifacts weren't too big of a problem. What he needed to consider was their use. The sword of Silver Dawn clearly came from a demon hunter of the warrior pathway. Be it in terms of offense or defense, it was rather powerful. Furthermore, it could hide its malice and was good at dealing with devils. As for Life's Cane, it was good at creating and triggering mutations. It was a rather sinister type. After a few seconds of consideration, the fool Klein spoke in an unhurried manner when Sun asked for an answer, as though he was discussing something ordinary. "I'll take the cane." He finally decided on Life's Cane. In fact, the sword of Silver Dawn and Life's Cane each had their own strengths, so it wasn't an easy choice. Klein's final decision was based on an unusual reason. The sinister Life's Cane was worthy of the adjective mysterious. It could effectively help him act as a bizarro sorcerer and increase the speed at which the potion was digested. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that once the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was completed, he would obtain the cross that came from the Creator. After confirming this matter, he cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. "Mr. World, apart from the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you need a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway?" As the matter of the Giant King's court's secret passageway was shared with him by the world, he could only ask this person and not Mr. Fool. Of course, from Derek's point of view, the world was Mr. Fool's blessed, so his answer represented Mr. Fool's intentions to a certain extent. A high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, immediately felt a headache as he fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand the train of thought of the city of Silver's chief. On the one hand, this senior demon hunter hoped to find a bright future through the exploration of the Giant King's court. On the other hand, he was cautious and didn't have strong expectations. He was prepared to continue holding out in the darkness. Therefore, the reason why he mentioned the plantar potion formula was mainly to see if Mr. Fool had the corresponding authority, or if certain factions he favored needed it. If this could bring about feedback, it would effectively improve the living environment of the City of Silver. And on Klein's side, Frank Lee had recently sent a letter saying that his research was only one step away. Once he became a druid, he should be able to succeed. This made Klein very hesitant about whether he should give him a push. "I have no idea what the future will be like. Let's focus on what's in front of me. A sequence 5 Beyonder without any godhood can't do anything too serious. Besides, Hermit is already a demigod. She can tell that Frank isn't too much of a problem." Klein thought for a moment and made the world's German sparrow speak. "Sequence 5. What if there's a higher one?" Sun pressed. Klein felt like he was undergoing a test as he fell silent for a few seconds. "If you want to give it to us, that's fine too." "All right. Derek didn't ask any further and turned to the person beside him. "Mr. Hangman, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is a little strange. Why did the chief suddenly mention the high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway?" The hanging man Alger looked at the world's German sparrow and said, "This should be a test by your chief to see if he can change the environment around the City of Silver. I remember you mentioning before that you only know that the goddess of harvest is the queen of the giant king, and according to the Sanguine records, the goddess of harvest's name is Omabella. Your City of Silver originally believed in her. I was originally certain that the name Omabella was real, and I didn't have any inclination towards other theories. Now, your chief suddenly took out a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway that you previously didn't know about. This makes me suspect that the moon's theory is correct. This means that your City of Silver has, for some reason, hidden the fact that you once believed in the goddess of harvest. You even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be quite a big secret hidden in this. It's not a small secret." Derek thought about it seriously, but he couldn't think of any secret. Thankfully, this wasn't something too important to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Chapter 11:07. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. This bronze-green crucifix was tied to an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the button had a layer of crystalline particles that exuded a heavy and dignified feeling. This was Catlea's judge button. It had been reserved for Zio for 3,500 pounds, so Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it ahead of time to Mr. Fool, asking this mighty existence to get his angels to help him shatter it. And on Monday's tarot, Zio had reserved the judge potion formula for 2,000 pounds. According to the agreement, apart from knowledge, Justice Audrey wasn't to share everything obtained from exploring Roselle's travels. She was only providing free help in the matter of killing Vinrambus. As for Leonard, he had the right to sell the potion formula and historical knowledge. But clearly Zio trusted the world, German Sparrow. It's almost done. This way, I can safely exchange the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun. In the future, if there are similar requests, they will definitely be more willing to trade with Little Sun and not seek Mr. Fool's help. No one dares to frequently disturb a secret existence, unless there's really no other way. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and turn the unshadowed crucifix into a Beyonder characteristic, I should also be a Sequence 3. I can use more of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to directly shatter the sealed artifact. After the gray fog's disinfection, Adam likely won't be able to use the unshadowed crucifix to lock onto Little Sunday. However, even if he can really find him, it wouldn't be too serious. His brother, Amon, has long known that Little Sun is related to Mr. Fool. Yes, Amon seems to be able to freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder if Adam can. As Klein separated the unshadowed crucifix from the button that had begun praising Sun, he watched the Beyonder characteristic condense as he waited for Little Sun to hold the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. City of Silver inside the spire. After setting up the ritual, Derek Berg watched as a puppet formed from black clay approached with a wooden cane that didn't look special. He placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer and some work, the illusory door of sacrifice and bestowment opened and took away life's cane, leaving behind a bronze cross with spikes. At the same time, the name, usage, and negative effects of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind. He held back his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and examined it repeatedly. After cleaning up the scene, Derek left and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Collins said with a deep voice. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and walked in. He calmly displayed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the relic of the Lord that I mentioned before. It's called the unshadowed crucifix. The way to use it is to let the thorns on it be stained with the blood of the wielder. This time, he purposely changed the term relic to relic. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After hearing the introduction, he approached with heavy steps, took the item, and sized it up. Finally, Colin Iliad pressed his thumb on a thorn, letting the bright red blood flow out. The mottled coppery green began to peel off as the unshadowed crucifix revealed a body composed of pure light, illuminating the entire room without any darkness. After an indescribable holy aura filled the surrounding area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item. Although it had been more than 2,000 years since the City of Silver had been abandoned, making it impossible for him to sense the aura of a deity, the city still had many items that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Every time the black-face grass was harvested, they would be invited out to join the ritual. Through comparison with these items, Colin Iliad could almost confirm the origins of the crucifix in his hand. Derek wanted to respond, but the heavy meaning in the chief's words suddenly pressed down on his heart, preventing him from saying a word. Colin Iliad didn't add anything else. He held the unshadowed crucifix and stood silently on the spot. After nearly a minute, the City of Silver's chief broke the silence and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "The return of the Lord's item is a sign. It's a sign that we will be ushering in the light of dawn. Leave this unshadowed crucifix with me for half a day. I need to gather all the elders in the city for a meeting and show them this item." Ha ha! Even I can't casually dispose of a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I have lost life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and ask for punishment. You have to remember that, as a chief, you have to be decisive in making decisions at the last minute. But you also have to have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. You can't escape punishment just because you think it's good for the City of Silver. Perhaps you're right this time, but you can't guarantee that you'll be right every time. Don't worry. This unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you. The chief speaks so profoundly. I'll get Mr. the Hanging Man to explain it to me at the next tarot gathering. Derek instinctively wanted to raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately held back and informed Colin Iliad of the negative effects of the unshadowed crucifix. Bakeland, North Borough, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had sacrificed Winner and Nooney above the grey fog to keep his marionette fresh. He planned on letting Earl of the fallen Kona's Kilgore with a flower of blood ring and wield life's cane. From time to time, he would create a sense of horror and strangeness in his daily life to help him speed up the digestion of the potion. This way, Anuni wouldn't be able to use the flower of blood ring to hide in Kona's stomach. He would have to hide elsewhere. This would be rather troublesome, so it was better to throw him above the grey fog. After all, Klein could create an ordinary marionette at any time if he wanted to. Why does the act of placing a marionette in a fresh-keeping cabinet feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does match the name of Bizarro Sorcerer. Yes, Zeridal and the angel of the Antigonus family hung their marionettes up to dry. I'm much better than them. After Klein rubbed his chin, he stuffed the ordinary wooden cane into a special cane he had bought through misjudgment. This cane was hollow and could hold a sword that wasn't considered wide. It was perfect for Klein to use to hide life's cane. After he was done with these matters, he got his valet, who appeared to be Anuni but was actually Kona's, to take the cane away. He returned to the room next door, washed up and got into bed. In his relaxed and beautiful sleep, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. He suddenly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't drawn completely, allowing him to see the situation outside. Outside the window was a dark green. Branches and vines were everywhere, and flowers were densely packed. It was so dense that Klein suspected that he had been teleported into a forest. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He got out of bed and quickly walked to the balcony. pulling open the curtains completely. What he saw was no longer the garden of Don Dantes' residence, but a lush forest. This is to fill the surrounding area with vitality, be it animals or plants. They will flourish and reproduce rapidly. Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression immediately turned a little sluggish. Previously, when he divined to confirm the corresponding powers and negative effects of life's cane, he had seen a similar scene. However, the revelation he received was that it wasn't harmful to the surroundings. Therefore, he believed that growth and reproduction was a relatively long cycle that could be effectively controlled. He had to indulge it for a very, very long time before such a scene would appear. With this thought in mind, Klein observed all the spirit-body threads in the nearby area. He discovered that humans weren't affected, but there was a clear increase in rats and cockroaches. This outcome made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the forest outside the window and sighed silently. There really isn't any harm. It's just a little exaggerated. Most of the time, I still have to place it above the gray fog. About 10 seconds later, figures appeared in the forest. Some of them were very thin, while others were rather thick. They were wearing black trench coats, and their faces were extremely flat. They had no eyebrows, eyes, noses, or mouths. These figures were either squatting or standing. In the quiet night, they busied themselves by burning the weeds, slashing the vines, and plucking the excess flowers. The next morning, butler Walter woke up early as usual and pushed open the windows. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog. Droplets of dew condensed, emitting an abnormally fresh smell. Better than yesterday. Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. This vibrant scene made him feel a little restless. For some baffling reason, he missed his wife. Hence, he left the room, patrolled the area, and made all sorts of arrangements. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining hall. Before long, his employer, Don Dantes, walked down from the 3rd floor with his valet Anini. Walter went forward and bowed. He explained the arrangements for the day and took the initiative to mention. "Sir, I wish to use a day of leave for this month." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the skin on the mixed blood valet's neck crack open, revealing a black eye. Walter jumped in fright and nearly took a step back. However, after blinking, he realized that there was no strange eye on Anini's neck. "Must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had some strange dreams that caused me to lose focus and hallucinate." Walter hurriedly reined in his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. Klein apologized inwardly and nodded slightly. "No problem. Enjoy a beautiful day with your family. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday, PS2. Recommending a book, New Theory of the Apotheosis of the Gods. It has nothing to do with the primordial chaos. It's a self-reconstructed story of the apotheosis of the gods. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor." Chapter 1108. After watching Walter leave the 2nd floor, Klein entered the dining hall and surveyed the area. He realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual. They even felt a little restless. Indeed, life's cane can also affect humans. It's just that it's relatively less exaggerated. It's in a relatively normal and acceptable range. According to this logic, the servants' reproductive abilities have definitely increased. The only problem is that they don't have a spouse, so there's no way for it to manifest itself. Will Mr. Butler's return today result in him having a child 9 to 10 months later? His wife is almost 40. It's a little dangerous to give birth in this era. Of course, as the other party of reproduction, the effects of life's cane will spread. It shouldn't be a problem, man. I wonder if the potential effects will make it easier to conceive a child. If the fertility rate in Buckland Street increases significantly after Don Dantes moves in, my reputation will be doomed. Klein's thoughts wandered as he concluded inwardly. Life's cane is indeed very sinister. In the future, I'll only use it in the real world for a period of time every day. I'll try my best not to affect the humans around me. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet Anuni to the first floor and prepared to go out for a stroll. At that moment, 2 second-class maids were cleaning the hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing Don Dantes walk over, the 2 maids immediately stood up and made way for him while greeting him. Of course, if they were in a corner, they would try their best not to make a sound to prevent disturbing their employer. This was what butler Walter had taught them. Klein nodded slightly and gave a simple response before slowly approaching the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat ear stuck in Anuni's head. It was plump and golden in color. Before they could take a closer look, the valet seemed to sense something amiss. He raised his right hand and pulled off the wheat ear with some force. The 2 maids looked at each other, a little surprised, but also a little amused. They believed that Anuni had accidentally stained some wheat ears on his body when he followed Mr. Dantes to Mager Manor. He had brought them all the way back to 160 Buckland Street and scattered them in places in his room that weren't easy to clean, such as under his pillow. Then, last night when he was sleeping, he had pushed his pillow away in his dream, causing a wheat ear to roll into his hair. He didn't notice it when he was washing up during breakfast. Although this process was complicated and not easy to achieve, at least there was a certain probability. It can't be that Anuni grew a wheat ear on his own, right? The 2 maids mumbled and continued with their work. After leaving 160 Buckland Street, Klein and Anuni walked slowly under the withered Intis parasol tree, breathing in the relatively refreshing autumn air. Similar to him, some of the neighbors were also taking a morning stroll. Of course, this wasn't a habit of Baekeland's upper class. Last year, the smog was still very bad, and the air was rather pungent. No one was willing to waste time on the streets while enduring the cold wind and the humidity. As neighbors, since they had encountered each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they passed by each other, a lawyer caught sight of Don Dantes' valet raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose as though he was yawning. When the mixed-blood youth lowered his right hand, the lawyer suddenly noticed something different. His nose seems to be even straighter. Haha, I must have been thinking about this too much, causing me to hallucinate. If only my nose bridge was a little straighter. As the lawyer thought, he raised his hand to rub his nose. At the same time, he saw 2 stray dogs chasing in front of him, attempting to breed on the streets. After his stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor and placed Life's cane above the gray fog. It does have a certain effect. The main point of a bizarro sorcerer's digestion is to create terrifying scenes to scare people, as well as to use strange methods to make people feel fear. This is really like a director, but it's a horror film director. Yes, there's no need to really scare people. There are terrifying scenes hidden in a peaceful daily life, and the humans around me don't notice them. They will only occasionally connect the dots and think deeply about it. They will be terrified by a certain possibility, so much so that they don't dare to turn off the lights and have nightmares. This is also a type of horror film. Klein examined his condition and summarized his experiences over the past few months. Finally, he condensed the keyword horror film director. And after understanding this point, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. This required him to not only finish off his enemies, but also give them the treatment of a horror film's main character or important supporting character. That's very troublesome. I'll definitely do my best against a demigod target. How can I have the mood to be fancy? Yes, there's no need to find a demigod target. There's no such restriction when acting. I can totally teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to act in and create some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work be passed down. From the looks of it, I have to let a number of actors successfully escape every time and spread the nightmares they experience to create the corresponding sea legend. I can't feed them all to creeping hunger. As Klein formulated his plan, he suddenly thought of a problem. How many of the horror legends in the northern continent and the sea that have a certain foundation are deliberately created by bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. Sigh, if a Mon were to act as a bizarro sorcerer, He would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is simply astonishing. He doesn't consider the consequences. In fact, while finding pirates to film a horror film, I can also find an opportunity to scare the other demigods. There's no need to fight them to the death. Once the goal is achieved, I can escape. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a supplementary acting plan. Hence, he seriously considered his target. I definitely can't find angels and above. Those I'm not familiar with will make me the protagonist of a horror film on the spot, the kind that will kill me. Those I'm familiar with will know that I'm a bizarro sorcerer, so they won't be able to scare me. Among the saints, there are many whose whereabouts I don't know. Scaring the archbishops will easily cause an unnecessary chain reaction, causing the situation in the world to become even more tense, causing the war to break out ahead of time. After eliminating them, the most suitable targets are actually the fanatic demigod of the charismatic order's artificial death faction, Patrick Bryan, as well as Willa Septon, the counselors of the Fate Council, and after drafting the list, Klein decided to take the time to visit Dr. Alan Series in the next 2 days. He wanted to bring some ice cream for a particular baby and ask where the counselors had been recently. If he wanted to scare the subordinates of others, he needed the approval of the chairman. After sorting out his thoughts, Klein was in a good mood. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donate. Then he went to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and stayed there until noon. In the afternoon, he met a few businessmen, professional lawyers, and accountants who were seeking investments, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach and returning to the semi-open room with the balcony, Klein was considering if he should directly visit Dr. Alan Series' house tomorrow or invite his family to share dinner at the Srenzo restaurant, which had very good ice cream. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and wasn't surprised to see Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of the heads was biting on a letter. Who sent it? Klein was already used to it and asked in anticipation. As he hadn't received the letter, Rionette Tynker could only reply with 3 heads. Fool! King Patrick Bryan? This nickname can even evolve? Klein reached out to take the letter and opened it. He realized that it was indeed from the fanatic demigod of the charismatic order's artificial death faction. He wrote in the letter, "I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, further recover. Your Excellency, if I receive your permission, I'll hold it at midnight tomorrow. The ritual that points to the angel Hater? There's no way for the charismatic order's artificial death faction to avoid Patrick's probing. I can use paper angels to interfere. Perfect." Klein flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote his reply. "Sure. You have to be careful. On a quiet night, when it was close to midnight in an uninhabited garment factory in St. George Borough, an empty space had been cleared, and there were nearly 10 mysterious men in black robes and hoods standing there. In the middle of them was a dark black coffin that looked rather heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments with traces of soil, many candles with pale flames flickering, and skulls. Some of these hideous white skulls belonged to humans, while others belonged to animals. Some were extremely strange and looked deformed, making it impossible to imagine what they originally looked like. The skulls were piled up the most in front of them. Patrick Bryan was standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing his chiseled features, black hair, brown eyes, and a relatively long and thin face. The demigod had yet to do anything, but the surroundings had already become extremely cold, as if there were countless invisible creatures having a carnival. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers began to twitch a little in a rather deranged and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual method that death loved. The stronger the dancer's spirituality, the better the effect. As the dance became more intense, a cold, invisible wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and chanted in a language that seemed to come from the underworld. The king in the depths of hell, the angel who plays the music of death, the ruler above the river Styx. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1109. With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the various skulls around the black coffin were gradually dyed with a layer of dark green. They blended with the white of the coffin, creating an extremely terrifying feeling. The spirit dance became more and more intense as the voice that seemed to originate from the underworld constantly reverberated. The skulls floated up one after another as though they possessed a life of their own. Then they were thrown towards the heavy, pitch-black coffin in an orderly fashion. They passed through the lid as though they didn't have a corporeal body and entered. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep vortex that could never be filled. It expanded on the spot and emitted an aura that was cold, sinister, and supreme. It made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel, a death consul. At that moment, the death believers who were dancing the spirit dance convulsed as they collapsed to the ground. Their consciousness turned blurry as though they were roaming the underworld. And above the gray fog, the fool Klein, who had expanded his vision with the help of his marionette's prayer light, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the leader of the charismatic order's artificial death faction, the angel sleeping in the mausoleum, High Priest Hader, had used a probing method that didn't exceed his expectations. He had used the enslavement and control that a superior of the death pathway had over inferior to directly obtain the information he wanted from Patrick Bryan. To a certain extent, this was a form of interrogation at the level of the mind. Klein was already rather adept at dealing with it. He immediately made the red priest card fly into his hand and into his body. Suddenly, Klein was draped in a dark red robe that was formed from blood, rust, and smoke. His face had an additional dark gold mask with ancient patterns, and a crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems appeared on his head. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, turning them into an invisible torrent that surrounded the paper figurines that he had prepared ahead of time. Through the prayer light, they rushed towards undying Patrick Bryan. At that moment, Patrick, who was trembling in submission due to his teacher's aura, trembled slightly as though he had seen layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the flaming angel's exact appearance, only revealing a portion of it. In other words, he had interfered with the special effects himself. Holy wings enveloped him before disappearing, making Patrick feel as though he was hallucinating. As a sequence for demigod, he quickly snapped to his senses and realized that he no longer wanted to obey or disobey his teacher's orders. A portion of his consciousness seemed to be extracted as he hovered high above the mind world, calmly looking down at everything. At the same time, as a fanatic, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to treat Angel's embrace as a gift from death. He didn't doubt it at all. At this moment, in the deep vortex formed by the pitch-black coffin, an old and cold voice that made one's soul feel like it was about to leave their body came out. "Well done. Have you made any progress in awakening God recently?" Patrick Bryan immediately followed the explanation given by His Excellency's Blessed and described his efforts with half-truths. After a series of exchanges, Hader, the angel of death on the other side of the vortex, didn't have any suspicions. "Very good. Continue to do it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and casually mentioned, "Very good. I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 spirit guide. Get him to help you complete the corresponding tasks and reduce the pressure on you." Is this what His Excellency's Blessed meant when he said he didn't trust me? Teacher really doesn't wish to see me gain God's favor and threaten his position. Having been influenced by Klein in their daily correspondence, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his perception, couldn't reject such good intentions. All he could do was respectfully reply, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded, turning into a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious patterns that were indescribable. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a crack. Behind the crack was a deep and silent darkness. In the depths of the darkness, There seemed to be eyes that were silently watching the outside. At this moment, a palm reached out and placed on the crack of the door. Its skin was rather pale, and one could see the blue blood vessels beneath it. With a grab and pull, a figure jumped out of the door. It was a tall, young-looking man. He wore a black robe with red patterns and had his hood pulled up. The lines of his face were soft and his skin was brown. It was obvious that he was of the southern continent bloodline. His facial features weren't bad, but they lacked the color of blood. Stepping on the solid ground, the young man didn't even look at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This is an intoxicating atmosphere. As a beyonder of the death pathway, Patrick Bryan was undoubtedly a little angry to be ignored by a beyonder of a lower sequence. However, he couldn't say anything in front of his teacher. All he could do was follow the procedure and end the ritual step by step. During this process, the fool Klein's reaction above the gray fog was even more intense than Patrick's. This was because, through the true vision provided by the gray fog, he saw the abnormality of the newly arrived spirit guide. The spirit guide's personal underworld expanded in a strange manner, encompassing every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld. It was a young and handsome soul with a head of red hair and a rotting face. There was a flag mark on its glabella, and it wore blood-stained black armor. Klein was no stranger to this soul, so he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Bakeland. Furthermore, he has a certain cooperative relationship with the Angel of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card, accommodated the Tyrant card, and summoned the Sea God Scepter. He was prepared to give the Red Angel evil spirit a lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this urge and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem, allowing the Angel of the Death domain, Hater, to guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernight goddess's grasp and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, Klein quickly left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette silently but quickly leave the garment factory and teleport away with his main body. He had originally planned on creating a terrifying experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual ended, and he had made some preparations in advance. At that moment, he could only give up to prevent himself from being discovered by the Red Angel evil spirit. In the garment factory, the young necromancer who was possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici pulled his hood even lower. He turned his head slightly and looked somewhere outside. It was the spot where Klein's marionette, Kona's Kilgore, had been hiding. It was nearly a kilometer away from the garment factory. After gazing at him for a few seconds, the young necromancer put on a faint smile. Patrick Bryan was just about to say something and use his identity as the person in charge of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, Bakeland, to give his teacher's envoy a warning when his spiritual perception was triggered. His body turned around in a strange manner as he cast his gaze at another building in the garment factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, a pair of emotionless black eyes were staring at him. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched as his body suddenly vanished. Oh, a cold wind blew, causing the glass window to silently decay. Without any movement, it shattered into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, the black-robed, thin-faced Patrick appeared. He saw that the owner of the pair of coal-black eyes was a crudely made clay figurine. Who made the puppet? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan cautiously looked around, not letting go of any corner. Just as he cast his gaze towards the corridor and his body was facing the glassless window, the crude clay figurine's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned. Then it raised its hands and grabbed at Patrick's neck. Halfway through this action, the clay figurine seemed to lose its support and no longer had any vitality. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it instantly disintegrated into a pile of fragments. Patrick Bryan's figure first vanished before he appeared in the corridor. He stared at the collapsed clay figurine as though he was facing a formidable foe. In that instant, he had truly jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of strange and horrifying things related to spirits, it was still rather terrifying for a puppet to suddenly come to life without the influence of an external spirit body. The clay figurine's fragments lay there silently, motionless. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no abnormalities. He once again traversed the spirit world and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black coffin had completely rotted, as though it had been buried in the soil for hundreds or thousands of years. As for the surrounding believers who sensed the underworld, they slowly recovered from their semi-conscious states. Patrick Bryan looked around a few times, but he didn't see the young spirit guide his teacher had sent. He had no idea when he had left the area. Wasn't he here to monitor me? This demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Considering the abnormality he had just discovered, the living clay figurine, Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly awakened his believers, cleaned up the scene, and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Does this garment factory belong to you?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly vanished, and when he appeared again, he was already facing the person who spoke. It was the young spirit guide who had disappeared to who knew where. "No," Patrick said with a slight frown. How could he do such things in his own clothing factory? Wouldn't there be no way out if he was exposed? He's not too stupid. The young spirit guide nodded gently. Patrick's eyes narrowed slightly as he held back his anger. "Where did you go just now?" The young spirit guide chuckled. "I went to a familiar place and met a friend." Chapter 11:10. 160 Buckland Street, Don Dantes' residence. After Klein took a detour and teleported back, he didn't delay. He immediately set up an altar, held a ritual, and prayed to death. "You are the essence of death. You are the ruler of the dead. You are the final destination of all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you can know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit. He possessed the body of a gatekeeper and cooperated with the high priest of the charismatic order. He came to Bakeland and became Patrick Bryan's assistant. On this matter, Klein really had no solution. All he could do was seek help from the Evernight goddess. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the ability or opportunity to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici by cooperating with the ascetic leader, Ariana. Even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the high priest of the charismatic order's artificial death faction would immediately realize that something major had happened. From there, he would associate it with other abnormalities and determine that artificial death's condition wasn't right. Then he would use his level, possible sealed artifacts, and familiarity with the pathway to carry out acts of destruction that wouldn't benefit anyone. And if the Red Angel was left alone, it wouldn't take long for this conspire evil spirit to sense that something was amiss with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the essence of the problem. No matter how I deal with it, it's a mistake, as expected of an angel from the war domain. Even if he is only left with a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still prevent others from finding a solution to the problem he created. This must have been an idea he gave Hader. Actually, there's an extreme idea. It's to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official factions, or secret organizations because of other matters. In short, nothing related to the goddess can appear. I have to make things clear. The difficulty of this idea is how to make a high-level figure in the field of conspiracies jump into a trap. If I don't handle it well, the fire will burn me. After the prayer, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he patiently waited for the Evernight goddess to give him feedback. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal ashes that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out of the cauldron and landed on the table, forming words. With his arrival, the land shall rise with weapons. What did that mean? Klein looked at the familiar sentence and frowned slightly. As a seer, he had a habit of interpreting it. Because of the problem with the king, Rouen was in the shadow of war, so the Red Angel who symbolized war came. This meant that the war might be unstoppable. At Sequence 1, it would become a symbol in itself. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, the invisible wind stopped. The interior of the altar that was isolated by the wall of spirituality became extremely quiet. Are there no other revelations? Klein waited for a while, and after confirming that it was really just that, he ended the ceremony and cleaned up the altar. He then walked to the sofa area in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. And after a full quarter of an hour, he still did not see the dean of the Night Monastery, the head of the 13 archbishops, the angel of concealment, Ariana. There's no need to deal with the Red Angel, evil spirit. Are we just going to let it go? Or is there another solution that doesn't require me to get involved? Klein wasn't a devout believer of Evernight. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to do anything about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also very dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began doing dream divination. What happened tonight made him instinctively feel that he couldn't waste a single moment. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to the pirate ship, men and older women were pushed to the edge of the deck with their hands tied behind their backs. Then the pirates used their hands or feet to make them fall into the sea. Splashing sounds sounded one after another, but the pirates weren't affected at all. They laughed as they completed the bloodless massacre. After clearing the predetermined captives, they held their guns and lanterns and went to the side of the ship, prepared to watch the pitiful wretches struggle. However, under the illumination of the lanterns, the dark blue sea beside the ship quietly undulated without a single figure. "It sank so quickly," a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of the pirate crew frowned and looked for a while. Perhaps some sea monster passed by and treated those who dared to resist as food bestowed by the gods. "It's perfect. It won't attack us after being fed." Having said that, the leader waved his hand. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves." As a rather experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. When faced with them, it was best not to seek out the reason and attempt to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his companions, he could thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings and pretend that nothing had happened. After confirming the people on duty, the pirates began to gulp down alcohol, eat large pieces of meat, and sing loudly. For the right to control the young female captives, they drew their swords and dueled. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the pirate leader brought a beautiful passenger he had long taken a fancy to and entered the captain's room. He couldn't wait to begin the final process of the night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the exhausted pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. The pirate leader jolted awake. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the window, he saw that he was hugging a piece of rough wood. Branches with green leaves grew out of the wood, hugging the pirate leader like a human's limbs. "Pa!" The pirate leader's pupils dilated rapidly. As he pushed the wood away, he jumped off the bed and stumbled backwards. Was I dealing with such a thing just now? His mind was filled with horror. Without bothering to put on his clothes, he picked up his gun and saber and left the room. Outside the door, there was a pirate on duty. "Eavesdropping, why are you so happy?" the pirate hurriedly asked when he saw the leader open the door. The pirate leader originally wanted to reprimand the other party for secretly drinking, causing his words to be slurred. However, when he looked up, he saw golden wheat grains growing in and around his subordinate's mouth. Even the surface of his tongue was densely packed with them. The pirate leader's scalp instantly tightened as a numbness spread from top to bottom, merging with a chill that went straight to his tailbone. At this moment, the door to the opposite room opened as well. A pirate cried out in a sobbing tone. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone. "Oh no!" A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone. "Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch, so he raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed it, a green vine slowly grew out from the gap between his eye socket and eyeball. At its top was a dark red grape. The flesh around the grape was a mess. The pirate leader's body stiffened as he asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you encounter?" The pirate, who was still rubbing his eyes and didn't feel that there was a problem, didn't need to recall. He directly said, "A shadow that looked like a long rod struck me." "Wha, you?" The pirate, whose tongue was covered in golden wheat, echoed. He was blocked by the leader and didn't see his companion's terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably as he instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long shadow that resembled a rod rapidly sweep over from the side wall and strike him. The shadow disappeared in a flash, disappearing without a trace. It was like a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was a beat too slow before he subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to block it. Of course, it was useless. Then he hurriedly checked his condition in horror, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully, the voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as his hands uncontrollably lifted his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks in his chest and abdomen, 1 big and 2 small. In the big one, there were 2 neat rows of white teeth. In the middle of the small one were 2 nimble rolling eyeballs. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader's chest and abdomen had an additional mouth and 2 eyes. No, a blood-curdling scream erupted on the ship, carrying with it an indescribable intense fear. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went crazy and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ships, only to realize that the people on them had also become deformed. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. After everything calmed down, there were only about 10 relatively normal pirates left on the deck. They hid in their rooms, their bodies reeking of stench. After a while, passengers walked out of the cabin one after another. Not a single one was missing. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Early in the morning, Klein got out of bed and began washing up. Just as he changed his clothes with the help of his valet Anuni, he saw butler Walter, who had returned from leave, walk to the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy cigars," Klein said after a moment of surprise. He suspected that this was a belated response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He got me to inform you that you have to go to St. Samuel Cathedral this morning. It's said that the church and the government will be holding an air defense exercise." Air defense drill? Klein's brows furrowed a little. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He suddenly turned around and looked out the window. In the sky, where the clouds weren't thin, airships painted in dark brown were approaching in a dense pack. These airships were painted with diagonal stripes of red, white, and yellow. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. The war wasn't necessarily started by the Rouen Kingdom. An ancient and secretive organization definitely had members with high statuses in other countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to influence the situation in the world. Chapter 11:11. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, which often had a lot of fog, the northern region would still be filled with fog from time to time in the early morning of every autumn and winter. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of Sonia Island back to the coast of Rouen. He had stayed in the northern Sonia Sea for too long, so he had to return for a debriefing. In the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly advanced, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as though it was a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was surrounded by the wind as he stood in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions without restraint. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a huge ship with a sail silently sailing through the fog in the distance. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were many of its kind. 1, 2, 3. They formed a long fleet. Faysac's Sonia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they going? Alger's feet suddenly landed on the deck. His gaze then turned to the other side, where Sonia Island was located. After all the exchanges on the tarot, Alger had already confirmed that the world was in a tense situation. War was about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made the connection and had a certain guess. To the Faysac Empire and the Kingdom of Rouen, Sonia Island was a very important place. If it were occupied by Rouen, the Faysac Eastern Navy would be stuck in the cold north, unable to vie for the various colonial islands in the Sonia Sea, and unable to head to East Balam. At the same time, if they wanted to threaten the hinterland of Rouen, they had to cross the Amantha mountain range or cross mid-seashore, passing through the defenses of several counties. It was very, very difficult. And if Sonia Island was occupied by the Faysac Empire, all the ports in the north and center of Rouen would be within range of attack from here, including but not limited to Amat Harbor and Pritz Harbor. If the Faysac commander was a little bolder and didn't care about the losses, they could even directly target the Rouen capital, Baekeland, which wasn't far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the 20-year war erupted between the two countries. The Faysac Empire emerged victorious and obtained the crucial southern passageway. In the War of the Violated Oath, Rouen won the war, but they failed to take back their territory. They only achieved half of their strategic goals. Alger stared at it for a while and whispered with a serious expression, "Is war about to break out?" In Baekeland, a large number of Faysac airships entered from the north and arrived above the metropolis. Just as they approached, the Holy Wind Cathedral and other places seemed to be prepared. The howling of the wind suddenly intensified, transforming into bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like cannonballs being fired into the air. Just as the giant blades were about to slash at the airship fleet's airbags, an invisible layer of defense appeared, blocking all the attacks. Under the violent blows, the transparent wall began to sway, but in the end, it still managed to hold on. At the same time, the cannons, machine gun muzzles, and throwing ports on the airships opened up one after another as they aimed downwards. Bang! As a hurricane formed around the Holy Wind Cathedral, explosive sounds spread out in all directions. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like ships sailing in the sea. They rose and fell amidst the mountain-like waves, about to be thrown into the distance. At this moment, on the leading airship, a glow that resembled a mixture of blood and rust flashed. It enveloped all its companions and connected them one by one. Suddenly, the Faysac airship fleet stabilized in the hurricane, no longer looking like a tiny ship in a huge wave. The high-level powers of the Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was an art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Faysac fended off this wave of attacks, they pushed the bombs out of the throwing ports before the rest of the attacks arrived, allowing them to land. And in the hurricane, the trajectory of these bombs became unpredictable. Boom! Boom! The corresponding cannon muzzles also flashed with sparks as they displayed the joy of the god of war. The airship fleet didn't attempt to cross Baekeland. After entering North Borough, they immediately turned to West Borough. That was the political center of the Rouen Kingdom. North Borough, Baekeland University of Technology. The withered leaves of the parasol tree with intis fluttered in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As members of a higher education institution, As the first batch of students of this newly established university, these young people were filled with vigor and yearned for the future. Every day, they would gather together to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked in the middle of them and looked up at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching block. Her footsteps involuntarily quickened. Today, she was going to Chancellor Mament's place to help with the preparations for the mechanical laboratory that was about to be announced. This was something that she liked and was very interested in. It made her feel happy every day. She felt that school life was beautiful and that her classmates were adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive and complicated body showcased the infinite charm of the mechanical domain. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knock, and study the structure. However, the school did not encourage this, nor did it forbid it. The corners of Melissa's mouth curled up into a smile as she was about to look away. Suddenly, an iron-gray object fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! The ground trembled violently as all the glass in the main teaching block shattered. If Melissa wasn't far away, she might have been flipped over by the shock wave. Countless screams sounded. Like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing smoke and dust gradually settled. Melissa, who was hiding behind a tree, subconsciously cast her gaze at the spot where the explosion had occurred. Her expression froze in an instant, and her gaze became dull. The steam locomotive had already been torn to pieces, and its parts and fragments were scattered everywhere. Some of the students around and passing by were already lying on the ground with mutilated bodies. They were no longer breathing. Some were covered in blood and had charred marks on their bodies. They were still moaning in pain. Such a scene was like an oil painting. It was so unrealistic. Melissa stared blankly, momentarily unable to react. Carter, a male classmate she knew who was very research-minded. Every time they discussed, he would confidently say that he wanted to become a ship engineer. But now only half of his body was left, and his intestines were flowing all over the ground. Eudora, her classmate from the same faculty, clearly studied machinery, but she loved poetry. She was quite talented in this aspect and was very popular with the people around her. Sometimes Melissa would also participate in their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recitation. She felt that she was really a charming girl. But now one of her legs was badly mutilated, and she was moaning in a semi-conscious state. In just a few seconds, the future of these people had been cruelly changed. It wasn't until many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and began to rescue the injured and organize the evacuation of the students that Melissa woke up and hurriedly approached the teachers. Listen to me. Split into two groups. One group will go to the laboratory, and the other group will go to Teeny's cathedral. They both have underground areas that you can hide in. Although one of the teachers' face was also filled with horror, he still calmed down and made arrangements in a clear and loud voice. He seemed to have received special training. He looked around and saw that the students still didn't dare to leave the teacher's side. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry too much. The enemy's airship has already turned around and is heading to Westboro. There's no danger here." Following his words were the rumbling sounds of explosions coming from the southwest. Westboro. The kingdom's upper and lower parliaments, various departments, and the city hall are all there. When Melissa heard the teacher's words, she immediately thought of many things. As her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips and turned to run to the school gate, ignoring the teacher's shouts behind her. Following the concealed area, Melissa quickly arrived on the street. She panted heavily and looked around to identify the direction. At this moment, she saw the nearby subway entrance. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had said. "There's an underground area to hide in. Isn't the subway underground?" The bombing had just begun, so the subway shouldn't have stopped operating yet. As Melissa's thoughts raced, she rushed to the entrance that had traces of being bombed. When she entered the underground, she found that there weren't as many people as she had expected. Most ordinary people who hadn't received any training wouldn't have thought of hiding here. The subway had indeed not stopped operating, but no one checked the tickets. Melissa, who had been waiting for a while, ran up with her mouth tightly pursed, her face full of anxiety. 3 stops later, the subway stopped at Kings Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the car. Her strength had already recovered. She ran faster and faster along the stairs, and soon she came to the surface. At this moment, it was chaos everywhere she looked. Many buildings had collapsed and were burning with scarlet flames. Broken limbs, the dead, and blood were everywhere. Shouts, screams, and orders came one after another. Seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious. She tried to run to the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the place was already sealed off. She could see that the glass was broken and the walls were densely packed with bullet holes. There were still traces of explosions in some places. Melissa went around the blockade and tried to enter, but she was blocked by the soldiers who were maintaining order. She became more and more anxious, and her eyes were already slightly red. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was Banson without a hat, with black hair and brown eyes. As soon as Banson saw Melissa, he immediately came over. The anxiety on his face eased and anger appeared. He shouted, "Why did you run over here? Why didn't you hide underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me over there." "You didn't go underground either." Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother like this, wanted to reply, but her vision was already blurred. Phew! After shouting, Banson let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're fine. Quick, don't wander on the streets." Hearing that, the panic and worry in Melissa's heart calmed down. It was a miraculous calmness. At that moment, she felt that even if she died, it was not that scary. At least she would not be the only one left in the family. At this moment, a bomb was blown by the hurricane and landed in this area. Suddenly, the bomb changed direction and flew away horizontally. Boom! It exploded in midair, only stirring up some wind. Chapter 11:12. Rumble, rumble. In the building at 17 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the mistress, Stellan Sammer, and her maids hid in a corner of the room when they heard the explosion from afar. They felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. When the continuous and terrifying commotion grew further and further away, Stellan straightened her body and looked around with an abnormally tense expression. What happened? The 2 maids shook their heads at the same time. They were both confused and afraid. Stellan left the corner and instinctively wanted to walk out of the room to talk to her neighbors and figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that an accident would strike again. All she could do was walk around the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and saw that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his manservant. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The tall and sturdy Luke replied with a solemn expression, "I happened to pass by the area, so I came straight back. Quick, put on your coat. We're going to the church now." What happened? Stellan asked the question again. Luke took 2 steps forward. "Faceax airships are bombing Bakeland." How could that be? Stellan widened her eyes in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Anyway, it has already happened. We must go to the church immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I don't think the airships are coming this way." All right. Stellan replied, still a little flustered. As she put on the coat brought by the maid, she instinctively said worriedly, "What about the children?" "They are in the church school. Someone will arrange for them to hide." "We can't get there in time," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide her with protection. The two of them, together with the servant and maid, quickly left the house and walked towards the other end of the street. When she passed by the house at Unit 58, Stellan glanced at it and whispered, "That's right. I used to laugh at Lawyer Jurgen, saying that he moved south because of Mrs. Doris's illness, giving up the many opportunities in Bakeland. Now I'm a little envious of him." Luke glanced over and said, "Don't worry too much. It'll be fine." As Stellan walked forward quickly, she couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we escaping from Bakeland?" "No, no need." Luke Sammer replied firmly. It was just an accident. Seeing that his wife was obviously puzzled, he added, "Bakeland is the kingdom's capital, so it's definitely the area with the highest level of defense. This happened because everyone didn't expect it, resulting in negligence. Next time, the Phasacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military strength in the northern and southern continents. The Phasacians will definitely be taught a lesson. It's impossible for them to invade Bakeland again. After this, Bakeland will be the safest place." "I see." Stellan felt that what her husband said made sense and was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke was silent for a few seconds. "However, we still have to make some preparations. When the church announces that we can move freely, we will immediately bring the children back and buy more food. Buy as much as we can, in the public school in the Bakeland Bridge area." Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't notice what had happened in the North and West districts, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread to Hillston Borough and Sherwood Borough. However, there were still teachers who came to their classrooms and organized them to line up for the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the great smog of Bakeland last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. I did something similar happen again. The shadow in her heart made Daisy's body tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at the teacher in charge. She asked, "Is it another disaster?" "Maybe." The teacher didn't know the exact situation and only knew to follow the telegram's instructions. "Is there such a disaster every year, or even more than once?" Daisy asked in a slightly ethereal voice with a hint of innocence. The teacher gave her a pitiful look and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste the others' time. She followed the order and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a daze. Northborough, 22 Phelps Street. When Audrey, who was at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, heard the explosion, she immediately hid her dragon scales and rushed to the window. As she watched the airship formation with the Phasac flag appear in midair, she watched as the bombs were deflected by the hurricane and thrown into the distance, either landing and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world. Audrey's mind flashed with the words of the world's German sparrow and the psychological alchemy mission. As a result, she came to a realization. The war had really broken out. She immediately turned her head and said to Susie, her personal maid, Annie, and the others, "Don't worry. Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an airstrike, the education she received from a young age told her to head to the cathedral as soon as possible if she encountered danger. In fact, her instinctive thought was to immediately rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother. However, considering that Annie and the other servants and staff were ordinary people without experience or the ability to deal with such a crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve the danger she might encounter on the way, Audrey planned on wearing Hand of Horror and Lie at the same time. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of the bullets, and on the other hand, she could control the flames to detonate the bombs ahead of time. In the face of long-range attacks, it was indeed difficult for the Beyonder powers of the spectator pathway to be effective. After secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation staff, Audrey successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests coming over to welcome her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl, Countess, and Lord Hibbert. They have their own people protecting them. An air raid of this level won't hurt them. Besides, you know how big and sturdy your basement is. A bishop quickly brought Audrey to the side and consoled her. Audrey took off her gauze gloves and nodded, agreeing with the bishop's words. She was no longer in a hurry to go home. What's the situation now? The Phaeacians lost 2 airships and have turned to Westboro. Don't worry, all the defensive forces have been awakened. They won't be able to cause any more damage. The bishop simply said a few words and led Audrey and company to the underground area of the cathedral to hide. And 1 level below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants were hiding in an underground area that doubled as a wine cellar. This was an order from Don Dantes, and this gentleman had brought his valet to find Bishop Electra. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard knocking on the door. Through the hole in the door, they confirmed that their employer had returned. There aren't any attacks now, but let's hide in St. Samuel Cathedral for a while longer, Klein said as he surveyed the area. Yes, sir. Walter responded on behalf of the servants before asking, what happens after that? As a qualified butler, he often read the newspapers and knew that the situation was tense to begin with. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that a war of a certain degree would erupt after the bombing. Klein pondered for a moment. Once the church has confirmed the situation, we will go to Mager Manor. You can bring your family along. Regardless, the kingdom's capital is definitely a relatively safe place, and the manor at the periphery of the capital won't be a target of an air raid. It's of no value. Yes, Mager Manor has plenty of food and large amounts of wine. Even if the war continues for a long period of time, we won't have to worry about starving to death. Upon hearing their employer's words, the servants who had already married immediately revealed looks of delight. Their paleness and fear from before were wiped away. Walter directly expressed his gratitude. Then he deliberated and said, "We can buy more food." You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will ever complain that there is too much. Also, the vicinity around Bakeland might not be attacked again, but public security might be in chaos. The manor outside the city has to be guarded against this. Klein nodded. I've considered this as well. I'll get Member of Parliament Mocked and the military to discuss buying a batch of scrapped weapons and bullets. You have to practice more. In short, Anuni and I will return to Bakeland to handle matters based on the situation. If there's anything we didn't consider, we'll make up for it when the time comes. As for food, Klein didn't forbid Walter from buying it. This way, if there was a famine, he would have the ability to provide relief. After discussing the follow-up, everyone in Don Dantes' residence packed their luggage and brought their valuables with them. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and went underground. Klein immediately saw Audrey, who was walking among the crowd and calming them down. He smiled and nodded at the noble lady. Upon seeing Don Dantes, Audrey returned a smile. From his attitude, she confirmed that nothing major had happened. Furs and Zio moved once again, but they still moved to the periphery of Eastboro. Furthermore, they were closer to the Bakeland Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Furs rubbed her hair and walked out of her bedroom to prepare lunch. As she swept her gaze, she saw Zio, who had long gone out, sitting on a chair and quickly flipping through the newspapers. What's wrong? Furs asked in confusion. Zio frowned. The Phaeacians have launched an air raid on North and West Borough. What? Furs blurted out before recalling the discussion on the tarot. At this moment, the paperboy's voice sounded from outside. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phaeac. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phaeac. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 11:13. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phaeac. Klein, who had returned to Bakeland from Mager Manor, sat in a carriage and listened to the paperboy shouting as he ran quickly on the streets. Although he was already prepared, Klein still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The grudge of Sonia Island being snatched away from a key territory, the conflict between the colony's interests, the defeat of the previous war, the economic decline caused by pollution control. Ever since the Grain Act was enacted, a large number of domestic farmers have gone bankrupt due to the impact of foreign food products. The extremely terrible living conditions of the people at the bottom of the social hierarchy, the widening gap between the rich and the poor. The middle class are blindly confident in Rowan's national strength, and they're eager to have a chance to raise their status. The conflict between the different political parties in high society has intensified, tearing each other apart. The king and his faction want a large-scale war. With so many factors added together, just from an objective and materialistic perspective, it's almost inevitable for Rowan to export war. Reality is the best writer. Klein jumped out of his previous position and re-examined the situation in Rouen from the perspective of a bystander. He discovered that the tides of the era had already formed and were surging over. Without the descent of a true god, there was really no way to stop it. In comparison, he was more puzzled as to why the Fasak Empire was willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were members of the upper echelons of Fasak or the Church of the God of Combat, and were key figures who had the right to make decisions, it was impossible for them to act arbitrarily on such an important matter. And why would others agree to a war of the world? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in Fasak has completely intensified, and there's an urgent need for a war? Klein lacked sufficient understanding of the empire in the north, making it difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. But they had just won the war in East Balam and seized even more colonial benefits. There's no reason for their situation to be worse than Rowan's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in charge of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they desire war, but there's no reason for the Church of the God of Combat to not stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lack the motivation to help Amon's brother advance to Sequence 0. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had a guess. Did Amon's brother notice that the goddess has obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway and divulged this information to the Church of the God of Combat at the critical moment? And the God of Combat is a neighboring pathway to the goddess, so it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. He will definitely respond to an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by that brother of Amon's. It might also be that the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Hyder, had discovered the abnormality ahead of time under the warning of a conspiracy expert like Sauron Einhorn Medici. On the one hand, he pretended not to notice anything and continued setting up the probing. On the other hand, he brought in the Church of the God of Combat to make the situation worse and more chaotic. The Red Angel Evil Spirit is really a symbol of war. If that's the case, then it's inevitable for Fasak to start a war. Furthermore, there's no way to mediate the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway. At the critical moment, the God of Combat might directly descend, and a war of gods that hasn't happened since the Fourth Epoch would erupt for Fasak's airship fleet to be able to pass through the nearly 100-kilometer area from the coast to Bakeland without being detected. There's definitely a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they take a detour to a sparsely populated area, they would definitely be seen ahead of time. They would definitely be intercepted by Rowan's airship fleet. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the Fifth Epoch, there have been very few Beyonders appearing in wars at this level. After the Emperor's death, most soldiers don't even know that there are Beyonders in the various colonial wars. What does it mean for a weather warlock to take action? This is really a war that will sweep the entire world and involve all levels of society. Is this what Amon's brother wants? When that happens, what side will the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of steam and machinery, and the god of knowledge and wisdom choose? Will the conflict between them, that has been suppressed for 1,000 or 2,000 years, intensify because of this? Earth Mother likes giants, and there are even phasations among her blessed. As for the Faina Potter kingdom, due to the split of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, it has a deep-seated hatred for Ruan and Intis. The will of the royal authority and the divine authority will likely be unified. It's very likely that they will form an alliance with Phasak and attack Ruan and Intis from the south to the north. Of course, the countries like Lenberg and the Church of Knowledge that are in the middle will definitely stop them. Desi Bay is directly bordered by Faina Potter and Ruan. The south won't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And regardless of which aspect it was, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Even a sequence 4 demigod wouldn't be able to exert any critical influence in such a situation that could lead to a war of gods. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Phasak airship attacked, the first thing Klein did was to arrange for Walter and the others to hide in the underground area that served as a wine cellar. Then he teleported to Bakeland University of Technology. At that moment, a bomb had already landed there. There were deaths and injuries. The only thing Klein was glad about was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the blast radius. After Melissa rendezvoused with Banson, the Phasak airship didn't stay for long. It quickly evacuated from Bakeland before he returned to Don Dantes' mansion. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and turned his head to look out the window. He saw that when the pedestrians on the street heard the kingdom's declaration of war on Phasak, a small number of them revealed looks of horror, as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them looked confused and a little panicked. They wanted to do something, but they didn't know what to do. They might not be able to truly understand what such a war would bring, but they instinctively felt that the peace had been broken. The future was chaotic and filled with the unknown dangers. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, and Nuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was also slightly at a loss. With a half-smile and half-sigh, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He put away his depressed and helpless emotions and thought about what he could do and what he needed to pay attention to. Regardless, with this experience and lesson, the King's faction has also launched a war as they wish. Before Ruan is completely defeated, it's almost impossible for Phasak to invade Bakeland again. It's safer for Banson and Melissa to stay here. What I need to worry about is the shortage of food and all kinds of assassinations. The latter isn't a problem. The place where Melissa and Banson live and their own levels determine it. They won't be able to come into contact with important figures who can easily be assassinated, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moment's laboratory has just been set up and hasn't produced any results. It won't become a target that needs to be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some assistance through Miss Audrey. Winter County, where the Holy Cathedral is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. It's adjacent to Phasak, and it's the front line of every war. Ariana might return there to help the military. Yes, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, Bakeland's defenses are sufficient. The royal family definitely has grade 0 sealed artifacts and angels. The 3 churches most likely have hidden means. This way, my greatest reliance will be gone. At most, I'll receive a certain degree of help from the churches and use some sealed artifacts. Previously, I wasn't too worried that the return of the Red Angel evil spirit would affect me. Now, I have to be more vigilant in this regard. Patrick Bryan knows that Don Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, equivalent to Death's Blessed. This was deliberately revealed by me, hoping to lead the suspicion to Mr. Aztec, Death Consul. And now, this also means that it won't take long for the Red Angel Evil Spirit to grasp this information. The Red Angel Evil Spirit is only at a high level at the moment. Its actual level shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable grudge between him and me, and I don't have anything he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, The chances of he directly dealing with me are very, very low apart from directly attacking. What other harm will he bring after he grasps this situation? Using this to set up a scheme or sell the information to someone who needs it. What scheme? Who would need it? Thoughts and names surfaced in Klein's mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the angel of fate Ouroboros. From the Red Angel evil spirit's previous actions, he wouldn't come into contact with the people of Rose Redemption at the moment. And Amon's brother and Medici were mortal enemies. Suddenly a name appeared in Klein's mind. Zeradol, the leader of the secret order. Zeradol, the sequence one angel of the seer pathway who had gone mad and returned to normal. According to Rhodes's feedback, this powerful and secretive existence had already left his original location was unknown. Klein had previously guessed that Zeradol would come to Bakeland because of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The Medici, Zeradol, and Zaros families are all working for the Solomon Empire. Even if there's no friendship between them, they must be very familiar with each other. Zeradol saw the German sparrow in the foggy town. If he really wants to pursue something, he'll definitely target the crazy adventurer. Klein's heart stirred as he instinctively began to assume that Zeradol was in Bakeland and was searching for traces of the German sparrow. He then used this as a premise to analyze other anomalies. Almost instantly, Klein recalled something: the failure of Sharon and company's joint operation with the Sanguine. Rose School is also looking for the German sparrow. Will Zeradol, who received the corresponding news, cooperate with them? Back then, the operation was almost a success. The person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland had to evacuate in a hurry. Clearly, he only noticed the problem at the last moment. This is something that's unlikely to happen when the Sanguine has prepared the corresponding sealed artifact. Even that Duke is puzzled and puzzled. But what if it's the intuition of a sequence, one angel of the seer pathway? That's a good explanation. Back then, Zeradol was sitting opposite the person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland. During Rose School's frantic evacuation, they even deliberately left behind puppets to create moonlight and cleanse everything. Was it to hide Zeradol's existence? Also, it's no secret that German Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul. Could Zeradol have spread his marionettes everywhere to sense if there's any power of death in Bakeland? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding the ritual, there was actually a marionette of Zeradol watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the information to Zeradol, wouldn't returning to Buckland Street in such a chaotic situation be throwing myself into a trap? Klein's pupils constricted as he immediately said to the carriage driver, "Let's stop here." I suddenly remembered that there's something else I need to deal with. After saying that, Klein tensed up, afraid that the carriage driver wouldn't be able to answer as he continued driving forward. Thankfully, none of this happened. The carriage stopped by the side, and Klein walked to a nearby alley with his valet Anini. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers in an empty spot, allowing the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket and envelop him and his marionette. He wanted to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as quickly and secretly as possible. With a flash of flames, Klein and Anuni's figures vanished. However, after he completed a jump, the flames he sensed suddenly vanished. All of them were gone. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. There was an ordinary reclining chair, and on it was a thin, tall, young man of Southern Continent descent. He had good facial features, but he lacked the color of blood. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. The Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. You actually sensed it earlier than I expected. Ha! To play flaming jump in front of me. Chapter 11:14. The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated as the human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party said. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away. But at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. The countless transparent creatures that were indescribable were all dyed with the color of iron and blood. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke, and the 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge were obscured, making it almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Zeradol?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained its extremely annoying smile and pointed at the sofa opposite the reclining chair. "If I had already informed Zeradol that Don Dantes is German Sparrow, when you return to 160 Buckland Street in the morning, what awaits you in the wine cellar won't be a living person, but a butler and servants who are hung like dried ham. Of course, they will also warmly welcome you. Have a seat. In such a situation, it's not a bad thing to listen to my thoughts and intentions first." Imagining the scene described by the Red Angel evil spirit, although he had done something similar himself, his hair still stood on end as he felt a chill run down his spine. He maintained his vigilance and made the marionette, Kona's Kilgore, who had transformed into Don Dantes, sit on the sofa while he stood by the side as his valet Anuni. He had unknowingly swapped positions with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. "Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan and haven't had the time to inform Zeradol?" Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the Red Angel evil spirits words that Zeradol had really arrived in Bakeland. This was a complete, unrestricted, strange, and terrifying sequence. One angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel evil spirit's gaze swept across his valet and his master as he smiled. "I can get what I want to know from a fool like Patrick Bryan in 15 minutes, and it's been an entire night and morning since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common." Klein made his marionette raise his eyebrows. So, the Red Angel evil spirit made the reclining chair beneath him shake gently. "I wonder if you've heard of this saying before. When you choose a beyonder pathway, the corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for me, I'm not your friend, but I'm not your enemy either. Of course, you and I did have some conflicts, but we didn't suffer too many losses. It's all in the past. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to some people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue to advance." The Emperor said something similar. "I hate certain fellows." Klein deliberated and returned with a question. "Blasphemer Amon? He's not that ignorant, nor is he that stupid." The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and stroked his chin. Be it his words or actions, it made him have the urge to hit him. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a problem. "Then you can choose Zeradol. If he can advance because of this, he will also bring great trouble to Blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I still need a long time to grow. There are too many unexpected possibilities in between." The Red Angel evil spirit nodded seriously. "Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning. How can a fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, compare to a sequence, one Zeradol, to see who dies faster?" At this point, the Red Angel evil spirit changed the topic and sighed. "However, if this world can choose the most ideal solution for everything, that would be wonderful." Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on his bloodless left cheek. The gash was very large, and his mouth also opened and closed, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth. "I've investigated. The decline of the Sauron family was caused by Zeradol and Roselle. This is the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family. The Red Angel's split personality is more serious than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality. It's just 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to reach an agreement first, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't setting up a trap. He really has no way of telling Zeradol the corresponding information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. After muttering silently, Klein asked, "Then why did you come to me? Just to say what you just said?" The Red Angel evil spirit raised his hand and rubbed his left cheek, making the mouth that appeared slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Aren't you investigating the Ruan royal family?" This seems to involve a relatively high-ranking demoness named Katerina. If you have any traces of her, inform me before you carry out your normal operations. Saintess of White Katerina. Why is the Red Angel evil spirit looking for her? Sequence 4 of the Hunter pathway can cause a female to become a male. Sequence 7 of the Demoness pathway can cause a male to become a female. These should be two Beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel evil spirit can't find a suitable Hunter pathway Beyonder characteristic, so he plans on jumping to the Demoness pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he can resolve the problem of his existence, he can also advance through potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he made a guess based on the secrets he knew. And this instantly made him have a strange thought. When there are high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of both the Hunter and Demoness pathways in his body, will the Red Angel evil spirit appear as a male or a female? Who has a higher level, who is in charge, and who decides? At this moment, the Red Angel evil spirit looked at Don Dantes and his valet and scoffed. "You have a talent for provocation." "I haven't said anything." Klein replied inwardly in a daze. The Red Angel evil spirit curled his lips and said, "I can guess what you're thinking." "I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them." "Shut up." A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks. Klein looked at the dissociative personality scene opposite him and rationally gave up on delving deeper into the topic. He said, "It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is, how should I inform you?" From his point of view, Katerina, the demoness of unaging, wasn't a good person. The Red Angel evil spirit was the same. It was a good thing to cause a conflict between them. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled when he heard that. "Of course, it's by chanting my honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Pooey!" The mouths on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks let out a contemptuous sound at the same time, as though he didn't approve of it. This is a standard honorific name of a deity. After wielding the uniqueness, Medici is already a quasi-god to a certain extent, and as long as no one accommodates the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level won't decrease. The honorific name will always point to him. Klein nodded in thought and probed. "What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistitutor?" Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before it scoffed. That's right. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. You might not know about this, but you might be familiar with the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor. Klein deliberately provoked him. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. "Your tricks are as childish as a 3-year-old child's." "Ha! The secret hidden by the Ruan royal family is very simple. I can guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart face, but your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers." Klein frowned slightly and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit stopped laughing and curled the corners of his lips. "Of course, you also need some necessary common sense. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. Does the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor belong to the type that the Church knows about? No. Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and continued asking, Do you know which pathway and sequence Blood Emperor Listitutor was at before he advanced to sequence 0? Black Emperor pathway, sequence 1 Prince of Disorder, Klein replied calmly. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Do you know that before Listitutor became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consul of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire? The ones supporting him are 6 of the 7 deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that Alista truly went mad after becoming Blood Emperor, and that he perished in a war of gods? I roughly know. Klein didn't dare to be too sure because he had read it from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled when he heard that. Then do you think Listitutor had the rationality and opportunity to leave behind a secret ruin after becoming Blood Emperor? No. Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit then spread out his hands. Since it's a ruin left behind by Alista before he became Blood Emperor, and it wasn't known to the 6 deities who supported him back then, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path that's destined to lead to madness? Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums needed for the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. To the Prince of Disorder, before the return of the past Black Emperor. Secretly seeking to advance to Black Emperor was what he wanted to do. That ruin is related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit stroked his chin again and chuckled. You seem to know about the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the current king of Rouen been doing for the past 2 to 3 years? The abolition of the Grain Act, the unified examination for government employees, the reorganization of the military, the suppression of the House of Lords and Nobles, and the strengthening of the House of Commons. Aren't these all things published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the judge pathway can be transferred to the Black Emperor pathway? This was because many of these things were the trends of the times in Klein's eyes. One of them was even pushed by him. In the past, he had never examined them from the perspective of mysticism, but now that he was connected, he immediately came to a realization. Soon, he remembered something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amon's brother. Chapter 1115. The Abolition of the Grain Act. Unified examination for government employees. Making concessions and introducing the Church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trend of the times, but in essence they are suppressing and weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the ruling methods of more than 1,000 years ago, this can really be considered a rule that defies normal circumstances. It's the kind of order needed to become a dark emperor. In the past decade or so, the architectural style has also changed greatly. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence, one beyond our characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in a lot of effort. It might even have directly provided a portion of it. When this emperor perishes, who will take away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Bakeland for the past few months. She used to come here often. It's mainly because of the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires of the 4th epoch that affected my understanding. I misunderstood the rules that defied normal circumstances as strange and an order that defied human nature. Now that I think about it again, what do you mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just a state where everyone is already used to not directly resisting their instincts to survive? From tribes to countries, from feudalism to republicanism. Didn't they all go against the normal situation at that time? Countless people wanted to return to the past. The phrase leftovers is a good summary of the problem. From the looks of it, as long as there's no deity's interference, the change that the Dark Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's only a matter of time. The tide of the times is really hard to stop. That brother of Amon's is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. What's hidden deep in the Blood Emperor's ruins should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the requirements of the ritual, it has to be repaired by driving the people. That's why there are the missing people in East Borough and the overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, they can use the excuse of praying for victory or the entire country, mourning the dead soldiers, to organize a large number of people to participate in the sacrificial ritual in different cities of the kingdom. Yes, many years ago, the Rouen royal family obtained the crown of the Balam Empire and linked the king's name to the title of emperor. What a good plan! Jolted awake by the Red Angel evil spirit's question, Klein tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time he had another question. He looked at the thin, young, and bloodless gatekeeper opposite him and deliberated. George III wants to directly become the Dark Emperor, but he's not even a sequence for, even if he could act ahead of time to make himself more talented, reducing the impact of the mental imprint in the potion, Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 could directly become a god unless he was lucky enough to grasp an extremely small chance of success. And this luck wasn't something that could be simply described as sufficient. Even the Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, who symbolized fate, didn't dare to directly devour the die of probability. He still had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only a sequence 5? How can you be sure that the George III being examined is the real George III? Couldn't it have been imagined, or perhaps it was transformed by a faceless person at the angel level? These are indeed very difficult things to do, but for a certain paranoid person, this is all within the scope of his own ability and the resources he has at his disposal. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that imitates our Rose Redemption. His true level might already be at the level of an angel. Ha ha! I wouldn't be surprised if he reached sequence 1. This, Roselle the Great once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he can't imagine. Apart from dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing they can't do. This actually includes the king of a country? That's right. A late-stage emperor is also the ruler of Intis. Paranoid. This is the evaluation of the Red Angel evil spirit of Amon's brother? Although this is clearly a little extreme and has a strong subjective bias, there's definitely some truth to it. A nickname isn't randomly given. Klein made the marionette frown slightly. The truth of this matter seems to be easily seen through. But why haven't the churches of Evernight, Storm, and Steam discovered the problem, yet haven't discovered the crux of it? Their understanding of the Dark Emperor isn't any less than yours. After all, the 2 churches of Evernight and Storm had supported the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit revealed an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his ally. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches aren't necessarily the same at times. What the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints below. Seeing that Don Dantes was still frowning in confusion, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled again. Believe me, what I just said and what I'm about to say is undoubtedly to sow discord and destroy the image of the 6 deities. But you can think for yourself if it's the truth. Let's put it this way. Regarding the matter of someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities is rather ambiguous. They often contradict themselves. To describe it more accurately, they are happy to see the birth of a mentally sound Black Emperor, but they hope that it's the one they support. Therefore, they won't give their respective churches 2 specific revelations. They only get them to follow the normal procedures. If they can find out, they'll punish them. If not, they'll tacitly agree to the development. Of course, in this process, we can't rule out the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it won't be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by other gods. If he hadn't grasped this attitude, how would George III have dared to take the risk? All right, now that the war has broken out and he has survived the crisis, he can patiently wait for the next opportunity. Klein suddenly thought of how the news of the raid on the ruins of the Blood Emperor had been leaked in advance. For a moment, he didn't know if he should suspect that there were members of that ancient secret organization in the upper echelons of the three churches, or if a certain god had personally reminded his brother. If it was the latter, the suspect could be the Lord of Storms. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked hesitantly, "So, as long as there are no accidents in the future, George III, who has done so much, will welcome the apotheosis ritual? And if everything goes smoothly and he withstands the backlash of the potion, he will ascend to the throne of Dark Emperor?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit replied in a relaxed tone, "Is there a problem? Why did the seven gods—" Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel Evil Spirit clicked his tongue. "Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now." Just as Klein was about to say, "Of course," he suddenly recalled the warning given by the servant of concealment, Ma Am Ariana. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. "Forget it then." "Very good. You nearly died because of curiosity and stupidity." The Red Angel Evil Spirit shook its head regretfully. He then looked out the window. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." "All right." Klein made his marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel Evil Spirit suddenly asked, "I have a feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you would have been able to do something about it, right?" "Of course. Why do you think I chose Flaming Jump and not Teleport directly?" "That was to hide the movement of the paper cranes being lit in the wallet. This way, Snake of Fate, while Septon's gaze will silently land on me. Once something goes amiss, he will use the yesterday once more charm. When dealing with existences at your level, how can I not be careful, and keep my means hidden?" Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel Evil Spirit's question. He smiled in tacit agreement. "Pa!" With a snap of his fingers, scarlet flames gushed out from his pocket and enveloped him. As the scarlet red dissipated, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit. Bakeland, Dr. Alan Sirius's house, inside a black pram. The plump baby rubbed its eyes and mumbled silently. To a child, Bakeland really isn't a good place to live in. 39 Buckland Street. After a divination, Klein met Mocht, who was about to head to Westborough as he wished. "Aren't you going to Mager Manor?" "I also plan on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor," Mocht said as he pinched the sides of his eyes. "I wonder when the after-effects will disappear." Klein retracted his gaze from his actions and sighed. "I need to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to obtain food, you can help me buy some as well." From his point of view, the people at the bottom of society had no way of hoarding food because they didn't have the money. At most, they could prepare a few days' worth of food. Therefore, his purchases wouldn't affect them for the time being. When food began to run out, he could donate the extra food he bought through Miss Audrey. Before the temporary law on food control was passed, even if Klein didn't hoard food, other rich people would. Furthermore, they might not donate it. "No problem." Mocht agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price because he had given housekeeper Taneja a total of £5,000 for such expenses. Of course, after confirming that Zeradol was in Bakeland and that the Red Angel Evil Spirit knew that Don Dantes was equivalent to German Sparrow, he had already decided not to return to Mager Manor. He wanted to change his identity to prevent it from affecting the innocent. As for the excuse, It was that the Church of Evernight had arranged for him to do certain things and wouldn't be able to return for a long period of time. If there were any charitable activities that required his cooperation, he could listen to Miss Audrey's arrangements. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 11:16. On the way from Buckland Street to St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein passed by the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to discover that the door was still open. As the founder and current board member, he was rather concerned about this matter. He temporarily slowed down his advance and turned around. Just as he entered the door, Klein saw Miss Audrey walk down from the second floor. Beside her were her maidservant, the golden retriever, and a few staff members. "Good afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anything that requires you to persevere under such circumstances." Klein went forward and voiced his doubts. Audrey held the newspaper in her hand as she looked at Don Dantes and said, "A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. I've just visited them and arranged follow-up treatment." This noble lady's eyes were a little red, as though she had seen all sorts of tragic things in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to voice out the idea he had long prepared. "I plan on donating some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more." "An excellent idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you, Mr. Dantes." Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion as her eyes suffused obvious joy and pity. "I'll do my best." She didn't just want to donate money. She also wanted to organize the corresponding matters. Klein nodded and said, "There's no need to praise me." "You don't need to praise me. I'm just doing what I should do at a time like this. Apart from donating money, I'll also donate food. You can directly discuss these matters with my butler, Walter." "Yes, Miss Audrey, I can now write a letter of authorization for you, allowing you to use my name to mobilize Mager Manor's resources." "What about you, Mr. Dantes?" Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal reaction in this context. "I've received a notice from the church to help them do something. As for the details, I haven't been to St. Samuel Cathedral, so I don't know for now. The only thing I can be sure of is that I'll be on the move recently. I won't be able to return to Mager Manor for a very long time." Klein told her the reason he had made up earlier. "Miss Audrey, I've learned about your character and ability during this period of time in the Foundation. Your background and status also determine your vision and structure. Entrusting this matter to you is the best way I can think of." Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a veteran spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around Justice Audrey. Well, that didn't include the dog. Is Mr. World going to temporarily give up his identity as Don Dantes so that he can hide and do certain things? Audrey pretended to be in deep thought and pondered for a few seconds. "In this situation, I can't refuse such a request." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately got his valet, Anani, to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a fountain pen. Then, under the witness of the staff, he personally drafted a letter of entrustment. He signed his name, stamped his fingerprint, and stamped his seal. After doing all this, Klein looked at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. "Did anything else happen? I just returned from outside the city and heard the paperboy shouting that the kingdom has declared war on Faceac." Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "Not long after the Faceac airships launched an air raid on Bakeland, their Sonia Sea fleet took advantage of a thick fog to attack the Royal Navy base and the surrounding shipyards on Oak Island in Pritz Harbor. Thankfully, the Church of the Storm received a warning in advance and sent a telegram over ahead of time. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but they lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people were killed or seriously injured. This is war." Klein sighed and said, "Can I see how the king declares war?" Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, and she could tell the sarcasm in Mr. World's words. She didn't reject it and handed the newspaper over. It was a copy of the Tussock Times. Without needing to expand it, Klein directly saw the king's declaration of war on the front page. 708 years ago, the Faceac took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Faceac snatched away half of our interests in East Balam. Today, they bombed Bakeland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Ruan were killed and injured as a result, and their blood stained the land. We can't back down anymore. Backing down will only result in the repeated bullying of the Faceac. If we continue backing down, we will lose all our interests overseas. We won't be able to sell a large number of our products, and countless workers will lose their jobs. Even more farmers will go bankrupt. Everything in the past and present shows that justice is in our hands, and we already have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor, George III, represent the House of Lords and Commons and represent the kingdom's government to declare war on Faceac. Unless they raise the white flag and raise their hands to surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance and reclaim Sonia Island. Advance and occupy St. Millam. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods are with us. Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to control the curl of his lips. He then returned the Tussock Times to Audrey, took off his hat and bowed. I'll have to trouble you with the rest. Please don't worry. Audrey returned the bow with the letter of entrustment and the newspaper. Klein didn't delay any further as he left the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Anuni, and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, there weren't many believers in the cathedral. Most of them had returned to their homes and were busy preparing for life after the war began. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. Then he said, I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that Zeradol might have already arrived in Bakeland, and the Blood Emperor's secret ruins are most likely the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor's ritual. After finishing the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while before seeing Archbishop Anthony Stevenson enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint's face was clean and beardless. He wore a black robe with a crimson moon symbol on it. He didn't make a sound as he walked, as though the night was slowly descending. When he approached Don Dantes, Anthony didn't say a word. He only gestured with his eyes before turning towards the library. Klein stood up, put on his hat, and followed silently. As for his valet Anuni, he walked to the entrance of the cathedral with his cane in hand and waited there. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Don Dantes, the war has broken out. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide a certain amount of help? Indeed. From the looks of it, Ariana has already left Bakeland. As Klein sighed, he drew the crimson moon on his chest. It's my honor. Praise the goddess. After responding, he immediately asked, What do you need me to do? I'll inform you when there's something. Try not to go home during this period of time, St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. Klein instantly understood what he meant. It was to hide first. He didn't have the energy to deal with Zeradol for the time being. At most, he could provide protection within a certain range. Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a long period of time, and the upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war. The negative effects of grade 0 sealed artifacts are each more terrifying than the last. Klein nodded gently. Yes, your grace. May the goddess bless you. Saint Anthony drew the crimson moon. Praise the lady. The only home is peace, Klein replied with a well-practiced gesture. Then he left St. Samuel Cathedral and turned into another street with his valet. After walking for a while, Don Dantes and Anuni disappeared at some point in time. East side, in a 2-bedroom rental house. With an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Soon, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. She was not surprised at all by the new appearance of her contractor. Klein didn't hand over the letter. "Tell Miss Sharon and Marek that Zeradol has come to Bakeland and might be in contact with Rose School. Tell them to be careful. It's best if they don't even go to Braveheart's bar for the time being. Zeradol." This time, Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though she had spent a certain amount of effort to remember who it was. The leader of the secret order, a sequence one angel who once went mad but has now returned to normal. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He did mention that Zeradol was very interested in German Sparrow. He believed that as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower herself to be a messenger. If it was for the yesterday once more charm, she could have provided help in a more dignified manner. As for why Zeradol wasn't able to sense the gray fog's aura in the foggy town and was interested in German Sparrow, Klein believed that there were 3 reasons. First, the gray fog's beyonder convergence allowed this powerful seer to come to Bakeland and prophesy something. Second, German Sparrow was actually able to leave the foggy town after obtaining the wrong symbol and return to the real world. Third, German Sparrow might be related to an organization that believed in the Fool. After Zeradol came into contact with Rose School and discovered that the Mother Tree of Desire was also interested in German Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on him would rise exponentially. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word. One of her heads swung forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein pulled a chair and sat down. Separated by a wooden desk, he observed the sky outside the window. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he had stayed in Tinjin City. Inside was a bedroom, and outside was a living room, dining room, and study. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, apart from him, there were also marionettes, Konas, and Inuni in the room. Chapter 11:17. After sitting in a daze for a while, Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He then conjured German Sparrow, and through praying to Mr. Fool, he passed the 2 messages to Danes and Katlia. The former was to remind him to be careful of the secret order. Although Klein didn't believe that Zeradol would directly seek out Danes, a person who had ties with German Sparrow, it wasn't wrong to warn him. As a Bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the beyonders of the seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly mature were sufficiently cautious and careful. There were exceptions and oddities, but it definitely didn't include Sequence 1 Zeradol. And in the present situation, in the eyes of an angel who had grasped enough secrets, Danes was more like a bait that was deliberately thrown out to hook certain targets. Therefore, there was a high chance that Zeradol would carefully avoid him. At most, he would send members of the secret order to do some indirect investigations. By the same logic, Klein's message to Katlia also contained such content, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, Klein had also informed Admiral of Stars of his original plan to delay the tarot, allowing her to decide if she wanted to purchase the Planter Pathways Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence for classical metallurgist potion formulas, west of the Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Here, Danes, who was searching for clues to Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts, held a cup filled with golden beer as his expression suddenly turned extremely complicated. Why, you saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter? Anderson swirled the Lanty-proof malt liquor in his hand and teased Danitz, who was in an abnormal state, with a smile. Danes gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. We have to be careful of the people from the secret order. Ever since he got to know the German Sparrow, he had often heard similar words. His reaction had changed from panic at the beginning to numbness and depression. He suspected that there would come a day when he would be wanted by all the organizations, big and small, with the exception of Mr. Fool. Anderson sized up Donna's and chuckled. Sometimes I think the German sparrow is more like a hunter than I am. Ha! So you guys have a special method of communication. You don't even need to summon messengers. Donna's was about to give a perfunctory reply when a person with intis rushed in from the entrance of the tavern. He was holding a telegram. Fasak is conducting airstrikes on Bakeland. Rouen has officially declared war. A declaration of war? Anderson and Donna's looked at each other. Relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely smelled the scent of a large-scale war. Fasak has attacked Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. Rouen has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad fleets aren't at the harbor. They didn't suffer any losses and are rushing back to Rouen's coast. Admiral of Stars Catlia's fleet happened to pass by Orvie Island. She had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. She was just about to consider how a pirate crew should deal with such a situation when she suddenly saw the endless gray fog and heard the words of the World German Sparrow. Be careful of the people from the secret order. Be careful of Zeradol. To a certain extent, Catlia, who was considered an intis person, first paid attention to the most unimportant matter. And it was precisely because of this that she didn't have any doubts about the World German Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was an extension of the secret order and Zeradol. Finally, her lips parted slightly as she muttered the names of the 2 potions. Druid, classical metallurgist. This sequence, For's modern name should be ancient metallurgist. In the past, it was called human metallurgist. Catlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. At this moment, at sea with a time difference from Bakeland, Frack Lee and Artisan Charv were leaning against the side of the ship, basking in the sunset. The former looked relaxed and content, but there was a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, as though there was still a problem that he couldn't solve. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. Mushrooms were scattered all over his clothes. Druid, ancient metallurgist. Admiral of Stars Catlia repeated the 2 specialized terms again as she felt something heavy pressed down on her body. After about 10 seconds, Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself inwardly. Mr. Fool didn't give any hints. Since Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, it means that it's nothing serious. With this thought, resplendent starlight floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Catlia walked down the staircase and came to Frank, Lee, and Charv's side. After a few seconds of silence, Catlia asked, "Frank, what are your ideals?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had come over. Only then did Frank Lee realize that the captain had come over. He pushed himself up with his palm and flipped himself up. Ideals? The biologist thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. To be able to research soil, crops, and hybridization technology without any restrictions. Also, to prevent humans from suffering from famine and to make everyone equal. What you can do, I can also do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Charv slowly got up and silently crouched to the side. He opened his mouth and began vomiting. Frank Lee was not affected at all as he continued. In order to have such a world, there must be sufficient food and resources. Therefore, I hope to create a variety of creatures that can adapt to different environments and conditions. Hee, everyone has their own preferences. I prefer fish, cows, spores. Admiral of Stars Catlia listened to Frank's recount with a deadpan expression. During this process, she continuously nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge 3 times. After a moment of silence, Catlia asked, "You're only 1 step away from the last step of your research?" "Yes. I'm just short of the catalysis of Druid's powers. If I still can't obtain the formula, I wish to get Charv to help me turn the Druid beyonder characteristic I have into a mystical item." Frank answered frankly. No, I won't help you. You devil! Charv, who was silently vomiting, raised his head and shouted anxiously. Katlia watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her palm, a gold coin appeared out of nowhere. Clang! The gold coin first flipped up before landing in Katlia's palm with the head facing up. There's the Druid potion formula. It's from German Sparrow. 5,000 gold pounds. Katlia described it in detail, as though she was deliberately saying it for Charv to know who the real murderer was. Frank Lee's eyes immediately revealed pure joy. He's really a good person. Ah, Captain, I've only saved up 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his savings had been used to buy the Druid Beyonder characteristic. He had even sold some items for it. Katlia fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she nodded under Frank Lee's expectant gaze. All right. Northborough Bakeland Medical College Affiliated Hospital. Eudora lay on the hospital bed with a blank expression. She didn't have the vitality of a young girl. She woke up from her coma very early, but she didn't open her eyes. She heard the doctor tell her parents that her right leg, which had been injured in the air raid, might not be saved. They had to be prepared to amputate it. After that, she lay there in a daze. She felt that there were many people coming over. Among them, the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation's director, Audrey, who was only visiting the student next door, heard about her matter and expressed her willingness to pay for her subsequent treatment. The school's principal, Mr. Portland Moment, promised to create the most advanced and convenient mechanical prosthesis, allowing her to walk like a normal person. But none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sadness, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18 years old. Before she could taste the beauty of life, she was about to lose a leg and lose her ideals. Her family wasn't rich. Her father was a grocery store owner who believed in the Lord of Storms. He was rude, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and cowardly. She relied on her father to survive and supported the family with hard work. If there was a second child in the family, Eudora wouldn't have been able to go to school at all. But even so, her father chose Bakeland Technical School, a place where results could be seen quickly. She had previously felt that she was lucky. The Bakeland Technical School had been reorganized into the Bakeland University of Technology, and she had passed the exam to become a true university student. This filled her with smiles every day, allowing her to spread her happiness to the people around her. She even had the free time to pursue poetry. Eudora's ideal was to stay in school in the future and become a university teacher. She wanted to find a husband who liked her, and she liked him. At the same time, she would not stop writing poems, hoping to publish them in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this was destroyed by a bomb falling from the sky. It was destroyed mercilessly and unusually coldly. After a long time, Eudora silently pulled up the quilt and covered her face. She made a low cry like a cub. The crying didn't stop. It lasted for a while. Eudora suddenly felt something and opened the quilt. She saw a black shadow standing beside the bed. The black shadow's face was half covered by mushrooms, and the other half was full of weeds. He was holding a wood-colored cane in his hand. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt that her heart was about to explode, and the black shadow touched her with the head of the cane. Eudora felt that her heart had returned to normal. Her right leg was cool, and she seemed to have a feeling. She looked at the bed again. There was no black shadow. In a daze, Eudora moved her right leg and found that it didn't hurt at all. It was as if she had never been hurt at all. She pulled up the quilt again and covered her face. Dozens of seconds later, there was a cry of disbelief, horror, and joy under the quilt. 9 Heavens, Shen Huang. Chapter 1118. At night, in the cemetery on the outskirts of Pritz Harbor, the people who had died in the naval bombardment had already been carried here. The priests and bishops of the 3 churches were busy comforting the souls to prevent any abnormalities. In that short day, many wives had lost their husbands, and many children had lost their mothers. Many families were left with only one person. They lingered in the cemetery, some silent, some tearing up, and some fainting from crying. With an ordinary face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without a word, as though he had recalled the funerals he had once attended. He had taken advantage of the darkness to use life's cane to treat the injured people from the attack in the hospitals in Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. He had also left behind strange and terrifying urban legends to further digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that once such a legend spread, Zeradol, who was in Bakeland, would immediately understand what was going on and send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding locations. Therefore, before the news spread, Klein relied on teleportation to run to all the hospitals in Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. As he left behind all sorts of horror stories, he treated the seriously ill patients. When this matter spread, he believed that he would receive a lot of feedback and take a solid and huge step towards completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The possible conspiracy of the Red Angel evil spirit and the fact that Zeradol was in Bakeland were like a sharp sword that hung above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Therefore, he came here and witnessed the grief of the ordinary people. After a moment of silence, Klein retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. When he arrived at a deserted place, the glove on his left hand quickly turned dark blue, and slippery fish scales grew on it. A howling wind swept over, bringing Klein into the air and flying towards the harbor. In the sea outside, the Sonia Sea fleet of the Fasak Empire was waiting quietly, as though they were preparing to launch another round of bombardment at dawn to destroy the remaining shipyards. Soon, Klein arrived above the ruins of the harbor and looked at the faint flames that seeped through the dark night. At the same time, his two marionettes used Flaming Jump to rush over from the ground and took different hidden positions. What he had just seen and heard made Klein no longer have any doubts or reluctance to do what he had to do next, but he was still very confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a proper thing to do, but if he were to severely injure the Fasak fleet, the happiest person would be King George III of Rouen, the true mastermind, one of the culprits who pushed for the war. There are too many principles in this world, but only after truly experiencing them will one realize that there are sometimes things that aren't right. It makes one feel conflicted. Klein took a deep breath and turned his attention to the information he obtained from the hanging man. The commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea fleet was Admiral Jaeger Einhorn. He was a demigod born of the royal family, and he was currently a sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest Pathway. Through this information, Klein combined it with the contents of the Red Priest card, and more key points surfaced in his mind. Iron-Blooded Knights can turn women into men, giving them courage that's comparable to steel. Not only can they control all kinds of flames, making them masters in this domain, but they can also turn themselves into flames or steel. Fasak Empire, Sonia Sea fleet on the flagship Nepos. The burly Igor Einhorn, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a thick beard above his lips, was sitting behind a desk with a map. As he drank Sonia blood wine, he considered his next plans. After daybreak, Rouen's airship fleet will definitely attack. Their ironclad warship Pritz and the corresponding fleet will soon return. If I continue staying here, I'll end up in a very passive situation. Although I'm an iron-blooded knight, allowing me to focus the entire fleet's strength on me and distribute the damage, the commander of that ironclad fleet might very well be a demigod of the Arbiter Pathway or have the corresponding grade 1 sealed artifact. It won't be easy to deal with them. If I'm not careful, I'll allow them to use their advantage in speed and cannons. Retreat is the best choice. After that, I'll take advantage of the fact that Rouen's navy is injured and temporarily lacking in numbers to continue attacking the coastal ports. Haha, such a war is indeed a good opportunity to digest the potion. It's a pity that I didn't become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Sigh, only a war bishop can truly bring out the advantages of an army. It's not like what I'm doing now, where I can only focus my strength on myself. As Igor Einhorn's thoughts raced, he wanted to use the hidden connection between the iron-blooded knight and his soldiers to inform his adjutant to come over and instruct them to retreat in the night. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. Knock. There was a knock on the door, instantly echoing in the quiet room. A warning of an attack. This thought flashed through Igor's mind as he suddenly tensed up. In a battle between demigods, setting up an environment, sudden attacks, and taking the enemy by surprise were all good ways to take the initiative. They were indispensable components that could effectively defeat or even kill enemies of the same level. Conversely, it was very difficult to succeed. Therefore, making a warning before an attack was either a warning without any follow-up, or it meant that the level, status, and strength of the attacker far exceeded the target. As a veteran iron-blooded knight, Igor instinctively considered the worst-case scenario. He immediately awakened the connection that every sailor and soldier on the Nepos had established with him. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Bam! This time, the knocking on the door produced a sound comparable to the roar of a cannon, making Igor feel as though a powerful bomb had exploded beside his ear. With his mind highly tensed, he carefully listened to the commotion. This wasn't much worse than the roar of a cataclysmic inter. For a moment, a buzzing sound echoed in Igor's ears as he felt dizzy. He hurriedly distributed the damage, causing every member of the Nepos to have a slight tinnitus. Right on the heels of that, Igor grabbed the pen on the table and threw it at the door. The dark red pen left behind afterimages as it flew, like a fired cannonball. To an iron-blooded knight, no matter how ordinary something was, it could be transformed into a terrifying killing weapon under the enhancement of his special trait. Bang! The door that was hit by the pen directly cracked open, revealing the person who knocked on the door in the corridor. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face was featureless. At this moment, the pen itself had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like a storm brought about by a machine gun as they swept towards the person who knocked on the door, tearing him into pieces of blood-colored flesh. Igor didn't relax. Instead, he stood up and looked around warily. He knew very well that the real person who knocked on the door had yet to appear. At this moment, the adjutant, who lived diagonally opposite him, opened the door and ran out. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in shock. He looked at the flesh and blood on the ground and said in shock, "Your Excellency, what happened?" "There's an infiltrator." Before Igor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. The adjutant retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and raised his head bit by bit. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. Just like the person who had knocked on the door, it was empty on the surface. Jaeger's heart trembled, and his whole body instantly ignited, turning into flames that shot out in all directions. After the scarlet-red flames dispersed, they soared to the front and gathered together, surrounding the adjutant inside. The flames quickly dispersed, revealing the charred adjutant. The wind brought by the convection of heat and cold blew past, and the adjutant disintegrated into ashes. The flames didn't stop. One after another, they flew out of the room and reformed into the burly Igor in midair. At this moment, he saw seabirds flying around him. Each seabird had a human head without any facial features. Their faces were bald. Igor snorted and released a circle of blazing flames around him, allowing them to sweep towards the strange seabirds at high speeds. At this moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing and immediately looked over with the help of the soldier's vision. With this look, his body suddenly turned cold, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. On another sailing battleship in the Sonia Sea Fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive and possess a life of their own. They turned on their own and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they took the initiative to enter the cannons. Boom! 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 Just as these cannonballs were fired, they were hit by fireballs that drew different arcs, detonating midway. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly chanted the honorific name of the Sonia Sea Theater's Supreme Commander. It was a weather warlock from the royal family, the ruler of the fog on the battlefield, the symbol of weather changes, the totem of storms and lightning, the great Ahamadoa Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level with advance warning. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the attacker, Klein's main goal was to create a strange scene to scare a demigod and help him digest the potion. He didn't have any intention of successfully hunting. Upon seeing this situation, he immediately got Konas and Anuni to switch positions with him after having achieved his goal of hiding underwater. He then teleported them away. As for Igor, he didn't let down his guard. His mind remained tense as he guarded against any possible attacks. Only when the angel responded did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Following that, Igor didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sailing battleship that had become a strange legend and left the waters. After a while, a seabird flew over from the sailing battleship that had regained its silence and landed on the mast. The seabird had obvious dark circles under its eyes. It looked around and spoke in human language. It looked around and said in human language, "I smell the aura of a seer, demigod." Chapter 1119. Bakeland, East Borough, in a cramped rental apartment. Klein, who was wearing a thick jacket, stood behind his desk and looked at the glass window in front of him. He carefully sensed the speed at which the Bizarro sorcerer potion was digested. "It's really fast. It's more than what I digested in the past 3 months combined. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Before I obtained Life's Cane, it was difficult for me to provide sufficient treatment. I had to care if the frightened person's heart could withstand it, so it was impossible for me to go to the hospital to create urban legends. Similarly, if it wasn't for the outbreak of war, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Those whose whereabouts can be confirmed are mostly on their home turf. To secretly invade and create a strange sense of horror, I can't help but turn innocent people into marionettes. Even if there's no other choice, I wouldn't consider it." Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word inwardly, "War." At this moment, there were still street lamps in the distance. East Borough was already pitch black, and occasionally he could see police patrolling with lanterns in hand. And in the past, these police officers wouldn't be so active. Now, because of the outbreak of war, they had to carry out the corresponding prohibitions to ensure good public order. War. Klein softly repeated the word again as he vaguely saw a portion of the outcome. Rouen king, George III, had finally broken through his shackles. He no longer needed to worry about which of the 7 deities would forcefully stop him. He could officially carry out the various rituals of the Black Emperor. What followed was mainly up to him, or rather himself. As long as he could withstand the impact of the potion and maintain his necessary rationality, he would ascend to the position of deity and advance to sequence 0. The Einhorn family of Fasak had used a war that could affect the entire world to allow key members to digest the potion. Without much difficulty, they could prepare the corresponding rituals, and their overall strength would rise to a whole new level. As for Amon's brother, he consumed the potion amidst the rolling tides of this era and underwent a metamorphosis. He became a visionary, adding another true god to this world. As his thoughts wandered, a question suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. Can you accept such an ending? Can you accept such an ending? Klein opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything in front of him seemed to have penetrated the limits of time and distance, returning to the past, returning to another place. It was an extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold, and moist smog that permeated all of Backland. It was pale yellow with hints of iron black. It was slightly suffocating, cold, and moist. He was a homeless man who was slowly approaching death under the attacks of disease, hunger, pain, and cold. He struggled to survive. He squeezed himself desperately for a portion of food and some remuneration. He didn't dare to be lazy at all. He finally saw the dawn of life and bought the ham that he had been longing for a long time. However, in the hazy haze, he fell head first and never got up again. It was a hard-working widow. In order to survive and for her 2 children, she abandoned all her dignity and made herself shrewish. She used vulgarities and the humidity that came day after day, causing her joints to ache. She propped up a roof that could shelter her from the wind and rain. However, in the smog, the roof collapsed. The child she tried her best to protect also died in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a beautiful future. She doted on her mother and sister. She worked in a room filled with water vapor, always carrying a tiny bit of hope. However, after the smog struck, she could no longer see the future she yearned for. It was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She had experienced too many hardships and walked out of her predicament step by step. She had the hope to make herself better. She had the hope that her mother and sister would not be so tired. She had the hope that her family of 3 could live the life that they had imagined. However, all of this was shattered in the end. In that terrible smog, the girl was left alone. No matter how much pain and joy she had, she could not share it with her mother and sister. The family life that she had imagined had not appeared, and it would never happen again. It was a living creature that fell like straw. It was a pain that could never be erased. It was a pain that was engraved in the marrow of one family after another and one human after another. It was a student who clearly had a beautiful future, but only had half of his body left. His intestines flowed all over the ground. It was a child who came home from school only to suddenly realize that he had lost his parents and became an orphan. It was an ordinary person who rolled in pain and crawled with difficulty. He wanted to get closer to the future, but was powerless to take his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache. They cried until they fainted several times. It was the land stained with blood. It was the sky that was covered in smoke. It was the cold and merciless cannonballs. And the mastermind who pushed and created all of this, the greatest culprit, would climb the stairs piled up with corpses to ascend to the throne step by step. He would receive cheers and get rid of aging. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an ending? No, I don't accept it. Klein was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the room, overlapping and resonating with each other. No, I don't accept it. With the echo still lingering in his ears, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up bit by bit. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The 7 deities have already tacitly agreed. What's the point of not accepting it? Klein fell silent again. After a long time, he exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, "Even if it's meaningless, some things still have to be done. In this world, how could there be so many things that were guaranteed to be successful, valuable, and useful?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He retracted his gaze, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental apartment. Although he had already made up his mind, he didn't plan on doing it rashly. With his present level and status, no matter what he did, it was very difficult for him to affect George III matters. Apart from losing his life, there would be no other outcome. Furthermore, if he were to cause chaos in Rouen during a critical period of the war, allowing the Faysac army to successfully invade, the number of innocent deaths would be 10 times or even 100 times greater than the Great Smog of Bakeland. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other hand, I have to make more arrangements and wait patiently for an opportunity. Klein muttered to himself silently. He found a blob of black paste, split it in half, and evenly smeared it on a mirror. This was the way to contact Demonis Trissy. However, even when the black substance completely evaporated and disappeared, the mirror still didn't show any abnormalities. There's no response. After being frightened by Miss Messenger and Angel, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with German Sparrow. Klein sighed inwardly and walked to the side of the bed to sit down. His train of thought quickly shifted to the reason why the Demonist sect was helping King George III. Firstly, the demonesses need a calamity to digest the potion and hold a ritual. Secondly, George III made a certain promise to them. He promised that they could openly preach. No, this is likely something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. Even if the Black Emperor is a sequence 0, together with the primordial demoness and the true creator, there's no way for him to fight the 7 deities alliance. Of course, after this war, it's still a question if the 7 deities alliance will still exist. This way, the 7 deities who know that George III is cooperating with the demonist sect shouldn't have allowed him to become the Black Emperor. The promise is about something else? The demonist pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items outside. A neighboring pathway? Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III, no, the brother of Amon, not only grasped the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Blood Emperor Alistitutor, but he also obtained an angel level Beyonder characteristic or grade 0 sealed artifact of the Red Priest pathway. In a situation where a sequence 0 doesn't have a sequence 1, this is probably the greatest hope for the demonist sect's upper echelons to advance further. Yes, the primordial demonists will likely be very interested. This can explain why the demonist sect is providing help. The Red Angel evil spirit's search for demonists of White Katarina isn't as simple as he made it out to be. No, he didn't say anything. He only used common sense and reaction to guide me to think that way. Klein's thoughts gradually became clear. He decided to use demonists of White Katarina as a breakthrough point and make her his next target. However, before that, he wanted to hear what Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophecy was and what she wanted to do in Bakeland. Only by understanding the situation better could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Catlia conveyed Queen Mystic Bernadette's words. Between 12 and 12:30 this afternoon, Srenzo Restaurant, Golden Theater. It was the name of a private room. Klein arrived at 11:55. He used an illusion to fool the waiter and arrived outside the target's room without anyone stopping him. He then waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and took a look. Klein put away his pocket watch and silently counted to 10. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theater. At that moment, his marionette Kones was sitting on a bench opposite the restaurant, leisurely reading the newspapers. Anuni was with a group of students, distributing flyers that promoted the evil image of Fasak. Of course, the 3 of them would switch positions from time to time, making it impossible to make an accurate judgment. "Please come in." Bernadette's voice sounded from the room. Impressive. I didn't notice anyone inside, nor did I notice anyone entering. Yes, it's also because I didn't activate my spirit body thread's vision. Klein mumbled to himself as he turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was a large expanse of gold, followed by the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the end of the dining table. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1120. Bernadette was wearing an Intis-style white blouse as she sat there quietly. Her long, chestnut-colored hair cascaded down naturally, and her straight eyebrows were perfectly spread apart. She had the bearing of a professional woman from Earth, one that had been in a high position for a long time. The Emperor has quite an influence on Queen Mystic's aesthetic standards. However, it's limited by the surrounding environment, preventing it from being fully reflected. Klein took off his hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then he casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Bernadette's blue eyes that resembled a concentrated sea swept over him as her voice sounded gently and calmly. "Why did you contact me so urgently? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive any revelations?" Klein subconsciously replied inwardly, but he immediately felt that he had been too inflated. This should be the after effects of communicating with a Red Angel evil spirit for too long. With his level, he will naturally affect the people around him. If he is willing, this influence can definitely become corruption. Klein quickly did a self-examination and came to a certain conclusion. He pondered for a moment and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Have you completed your matters in Bakeland?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. "No. It can even be said that it has already failed." "Oh." Klein used a single word to express his surprise and puzzlement. Bernadette glanced at him and spoke unhurriedly. "The Sequence 2 potion of the mystery prior pathway has a strange name." The Sequence 2 potion of the mystery prior pathway has a strange name. It's called Sage. To advance to this level, one has to stop a calamity that involves high-level powers. Sage. The hidden sage's sage comes from here. Klein was momentarily enlightened. Just as he was about to press further, he heard Queen Mystic continue, "That's right. I foresaw that such an opportunity would appear in Bakeland, so I made arrangements here many years in advance. Recently, I've been staying here for a long period of time. Unfortunately, my prophecy was for the second half of this year. I wasn't in Bakeland at the end of last year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I've tried my best to do something, and I've achieved certain results. Who knew that Fasak would directly launch an airstrike on Bakeland, causing the disaster to happen? That's why you said it failed." Klein nodded indiscernibly and sighed. "I never expected the war to start with the Phasacians either." As he spoke, Klein sighed inwardly. Queen Mystic's advancement ritual could be said to be difficult, but it wasn't too difficult either. It all depended on one's encounters. One had to know that before he became a demigod, he had already stopped the true creator's descent twice, saving Tingen and Bakeland. He could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements to become a sage, but under normal circumstances, how could there be so many similar disasters? Furthermore, how could they be easily prevented? Just like this time, Amon's brother had been plotting for 1,000 years. Even if something were to happen to King George III, the war would still erupt as he had expected. This was because there was no way to undo the knot of the death pathway's uniqueness. This made Klein suspect that Mr. Aztec's life in the northern continent had always been arranged by Amon's brother. Otherwise, without the transformation mask, how could he have escaped the attention of the various churches with his amnesia? More importantly, in this life, for some reason, Aztec had directly used his true name, and this similarly didn't raise any suspicions, nor did it attract any investigations. Was all of this part of your plans? Amon's brother. Upon thinking of this, Klein experienced some form of post-traumatic stress disorder as his body nearly trembled. He silently drew a breath and added, as he looked at Queen Mystic, "That's right. This war involves the son of the Creator, the kings of angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop." With Bernadette's knowledge, and experience, her expression changed slightly when she heard this. She softly repeated a few key words. The son of the Creator, kings of angels, true deities. She wasn't too surprised by this, as though she had a certain level of foresight. However, even a clairvoyant wasn't able to see the script of Amon's brother. After repeating it, Bernadette fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing and muttering to herself. "So that's how it is." Klein adjusted his sitting posture as his thoughts raced. "Actually, this war is also an opportunity for you. Following this, there will be many disasters. There will be no lack of them caused by the clash of angel-level powers. I believe that you should at least be in control of a level 0 sealed artifact. You can stop it at critical moments. Of course, you have to choose the right timing and method." Bernadette nodded gently in agreement with Klein's words. She also tacitly agreed that she had at least one grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of a protagonist of the previous era, as the most beloved child of Roselle the Great, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. And more importantly, Bernadette was already preparing for the ritual to advance to Sage. This meant that she definitely had the corresponding sequence to beyond her characteristic. To a certain extent, This was equivalent to a grade 0 sealed artifact. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic Bernadette's gentle but emotionless voice had a subtle change. However, I still don't like war, even though it can bring me opportunities. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. As a result, I didn't call him Dad for many years. It was because, in his later years, in order to advance to Black Emperor, he did too many things that went against the trend of the times and harmed innocent people. I couldn't accept my heroic father becoming a crazy tyrant, and now, through the answer of the person behind you and through my own investigations, I have some understanding of his situation. I understand that he's suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand that he's like a drowning person, instinctively struggling with all his might. Klein sighed when he heard that, finding it difficult to calm down. There were probably only 2 people in the world who knew Huang, Tao Roselle, Gustav the best. Of course, this didn't stop him from noticing that Queen Mystic Bernadette's state was a little different today. In the past few meetings, this princess had never spoken so much. She had never opened her heart so directly. At most, she would blow a symphony to vent some of her sorrow in a reserved manner. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice and asked, "What's the matter?" When did he start to change? Do you think there were any signs before this, or anything worth paying attention to? Queen Mystic's deep blue eyes moved slightly as though she had fallen into a long period of memories. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Not long before that," he said to me proudly. "Haven't you always wanted to know what's on the moon and other planets around us? In the future, perhaps our journey will be in the Sea of Stars." The Sea of Stars. What's on the moon and other planets? Klein ruminated over Queen Mystic's words, and suddenly thought of a key word and something. The key word was starry sky. That matter was, Mr. Dorr had once told Roselle the Great that when he had the ability and opportunity, he could head to the moon to take a look. That would resolve many of his questions. The great emperor eventually went there. That hysterical diary was written after that exploration. In the end, he unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme and extreme. Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic Bernadette's gaze, he deliberated and said, "At your level, you should more or less know that corruption comes from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't press further, as though she knew that the German sparrow sitting opposite her wasn't aware either. She knew that only a demigod at the angel level could sense and resist such corruption. Klein exchanged looks with her in silence for about 10 seconds before bringing up the topic of his visit. One of the reasons for this war was that King George III of Rouen discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by Blood Emperor Tudor. He had the pathway to the Black Emperor and became a Sequence 0. For this reason, he repealed the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic had any understanding of these matters. He roughly explained the main points at his own pace. The Dark Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Dark Emperor appears, the original one will completely perish. Originally, he was referring to Roselle the Great, who might have succeeded, but was assassinated. At times, Klein even suspected if Roselle had deliberately given others a chance to perish on the spot. This way, when he resurrected from the astral world and regained control of the uniqueness and absorbed 3 sequence, 1 characteristics, he wouldn't take back the characteristics of Knowledge Emperor, Arcane Scholar, and the other pathways. He could make himself pure and escape from madness. This was a way to seek life in the midst of death, but the premise was that Roselle's ritual had been successful. He had died during or after the ritual, not before. Queen Mystic Bernadette listened quietly and slowly said, "I'm not sure. You want to stop George III?" "Yes." Klein nodded frankly. "Why?" Bernadette pressed without any change in her tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Some laughable reasons that aren't worth mentioning." Bernadette's gaze paused on his face for a moment. "That's enough. I'm also doing it for something that has a slim chance of never happening. When it comes to stopping George III, we can work together. They're all laughable people. Klein sighed inwardly. I'll give you the summoning method for the messenger. All right. Bernadette reached out her right hand and patted the table. The fountain pen that was placed beside her suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It freely and smoothly wrote on the paper. This is the summoning method for my messenger, Bernadette said calmly. Note 1. The diary content is in Part 3, Chapter 233, Madness in Old Age. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 11:21. Queen Mystic's powers are all very dreamy. No, it's like a fairy tale. Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own and took out a pen and paper from his pocket. He wrote the incantation to summon his messenger and noted that he needed to pay a gold coin for every letter. Following that, he handed the piece of paper to Bernadette and took the piece of paper from her. He quickly scanned through it. An invisible creature that roams the upper realm, a strange spirit body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. There's a certain difference from a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Yes, Queen Mystic must have deliberately made it this way to prevent others from testing out the summoning incantation. By using the connection between the messenger and the contractor, she can lock onto her. It's fine for me. My messenger is an angel. Only he can threaten others, and no one can threaten her. Even if he encounters Zeradol, he should have the ability to protect himself. Klein mumbled inwardly as he shook the paper in his hand, producing a scarlet flame. Seeing the paper turn to black ashes in the flames, Queen Mystic Bernadette asked in an emotionless voice, "What are your thoughts on stopping George III?" What are your thoughts on stopping George III? Klein had long considered it as he deliberately slowed down. First, don't be rash. Don't take risks that you can't bear. Don't harm the innocent. If it wasn't for Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she hated war and hurting innocent people, Klein wouldn't have said so directly to prevent himself from exposing his weakness. He would have changed his method and used a gentler and more roundabout method to achieve his goal. Upon hearing this, Bernadette nodded slightly in agreement. Then there are only 3 ideas. One is to destroy the ritual at the critical moment, causing George III advancement to fail. The second is to attempt an assassination ahead of time, preventing him from holding the ritual. Klein deliberately didn't mention the third idea as he first analyzed the feasibility of the first 2. Assassination is an extremely slim choice. George III, or rather, the one who will become the Black Emperor, should already be at the Sequence 1. He's not someone we can deal with. Even if he hasn't advanced to Sequence 1, he must have done acting ahead of time. Once he completes the ritual and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it and lay the foundation for the future. Of course, even if it's an extremely unlikely situation, that person will definitely be a Sequence 2. And the Augustus family definitely doesn't lack Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Together with the surrounding protection, there's no chance of us succeeding. Here, Klein changed the way he addressed George III from he to he. Bernadette listened calmly and thought for a few seconds as though she was making an assessment. As long as we can create a good enough opportunity, it's possible to assassinate a Sequence 2, but at least one of us will die, or both of us. What she meant was that the Grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, magical, and terrifying. However, to fully unleash it, the price would be huge. If that's the case, there's really a chance. As I lied just now, if I really had to use all my strength, I can still seek help from Willa Septon, Pallas Zorost, and Miss Messenger. I can get them to use the yesterday once more charm to restore them to their normal states in a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price I'll have to pay, what kind of changes it will cause to the situation, and if it will involve kings of angels like Ouroboros and Amon, if only Mr. Aztec had woken up. With the 4 angels and Queen Mystic's grade 0 sealed artifact. As long as he created a chance, even a sequence, one would be able to target it. Of course, the chances of failure are extremely high. After all, there's no way to last long. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that, but he didn't discuss it further. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to be honest in the cooperation, nor was it that he didn't trust Queen Mystic, but that Willa Septon and Pallas Zoroast were being pursued. Once their whereabouts were exposed, it was very likely that they would perish. This was a development that Klein absolutely didn't wish to see. He said vaguely, "If there's really only assassination left, I can seek the help of at least 2 angels." This referred to Death Consul Aztec Eggers and Snake of Fate Will Septon, whom Bernadette knew of. The latter had guessed it from the drop of mythical creature blood. Bernadette was taken aback, which was a rare sight. This is that person's will. Without the fool's consent, how could his blessed invite an angel to help him? He tacitly agreed to it. Klein said the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes immediately turned a little deeper. She didn't say another word as she slowly nodded. Klein steered the topic back on track. Destroying the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, to George III, it would only be delaying his ascension to godhood for a period of time. He has already obtained the tacit approval of the deities, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for he to rebuild it. And destroying it at the critical moment will cause his advancement to fail, causing him to lose control and turn into a monster. No deity would allow such a creature to wreak havoc in the real world. He would definitely descend and obliterate it. The problem is that with a king of angels' warning and help, George III wouldn't take this lightly. He would definitely arrange for the strictest protection. The difficulty might be slightly lower than directly assassinating him. This requires us to gather information as soon as possible and find a place that can be used. And be it the first or second train of thought, it's best if you advance to sequence 2 ahead of time and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. She then said, "What's the 3rd train of thought?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds. If the ritual had succeeded back then, the Emperor would have advanced to sequence 0. Then he would still have a chance of resurrection. As long as we can find the setup left behind by the Emperor before George III ascends to the divine throne and make him return, George III's scheme will fail. He didn't use he to address Roselle like Bernadette did to prevent himself from exposing his identity. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered for a moment before turning deep and restrained. Her lips moved slightly. "I'll hand the selected diary pages to Catlia." Klein didn't dwell on the matter as he smiled. "Actually, there's a 4th train of thought." Bernadette twitched her eyebrows slightly as she expressed her puzzlement. "That is to do nothing and allow George III to hold the ritual and attempt to become a god, waiting for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "On the sequence pathway, the higher the chances of failure are." This was actually the truth. Even with the script written by Amon's brother and the various possibilities of success, even if George III perfectly digested the potion from before, the chances of him advancing to godhood wouldn't exceed 50%. Of course, Klein was only teasing himself by saying that. Queen Mystic Bernadette didn't immediately respond as she seriously looked at German Sparrow for a few seconds. "The feeling you give off this time is different from the previous few times. This is my psychiatrist's suggestion." Klein smiled, describing himself as a serious mental patient. Bernadette didn't say anything else as she retracted her gaze and looked at the pen lying on the table. "Then, let's begin gathering the corresponding information and maintain correspondence." Having said that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Her gaze didn't move. "Actually, I'm wondering if he's already in the preliminary stages of resurrection, but he's still trying to find his past self. I'm not sure what kind of details are hidden in the Black Emperor's resurrection, nor do I know if he really chose the Black Emperor in the end. Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal with an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what Queen Mystic was thinking and what she was hoping for. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle. She suspected that this emperor had fooled everyone back then and had no intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway. Instead, he had chosen another path, resulting in him searching for past diary entries and cards of blasphemy to find himself. Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Joe next door. Klein originally wanted to make a witty remark inwardly, but his emotions gradually settled down, making it difficult for him to force himself to relax. Without saying a word, he stood up, bowed, wore his hat, and left the room. After closing the door to the Golden Theater and taking 2 steps forward, Klein suddenly heard a serene and melodious melody. This melody was ethereal and had a hint of sadness to it. Klein stopped and listened for a few seconds before turning back to the hall and leaving with flaming jump. In the City of Silver, a team was gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was a team heading to Afternoon Town in preparation to explore the Giant King's court. Derek Berg stood in the middle. He was the second shortest, and he held a bronze cross with spikes. To his left and right were Joshua and Chaim. They were prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any moment to prevent Derek's Beyonder characteristic from being purged. Such a sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns wielding it to resist the negative effects. As he lowered his head to size up the creator's relic, Derek suddenly felt that someone was watching him. He subconsciously looked up and realized that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. This shortest lady in the team had silver-gray, slightly curly hair. She was looking at the ancient, mottled, unshadowed crucifix with her light gray eyes. Her gaze was burning. Sensing Derek's gaze, the corners of the shepherd elder's mouth twitched as she revealed an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." Derek shivered for some baffling reason as he heard Chief Colin Iliad say, "Let's go! Let's go." P.S. Recommending a book, Black-Bellied Sword Emperor's Rebirth. After a Sword Emperor was reborn, he obtained the good and evil system, and his journey of rising to prominence was hilarious. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 1122. In a small alley in the Bakelin Bridge area, Zio once again met the MI9 personnel in charge of contacting her. "This is the reward you exchanged for with your contributions. It's a total of 2,500 pounds. Ha ha! I helped you get an extra 500 pounds. The golden-masked man threw a bulging envelope at Zio. Zio caught it accurately without counting. She instinctively pressed it down and sincerely said, "Thank you." "Thank you." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "You're welcome. This is also a good thing for me. If you still don't let go of the past, I'm very worried that one day I'll go to the military court. Are you still going to stay in Bakeland?" "Yes. I'm already used to life in the city. Once the war stops, I'll bring my family here." Zio said the words she had long thought of. "When the war ends." The golden-masked man repeated Zio's words with an odd tone. He smiled and said, "May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war." The Lord here referred to the Lord of Storms. "I believe in the goddess," Zio replied seriously. "You know what I mean." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "Then, do you still plan to accept MI9's commission?" "I won't reject the opportunity to earn money." Zio scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. "Yes." The golden-masked man nodded and said, "During the war, the main task is to deal with the spies of various countries. If there is a suitable mission for you, I will look for you." "All right." After Zio replied, she didn't stop and carefully left the dark alley. After watching her leave, the golden-masked man looked at the shadow in the corner. She must have been used by a certain force and was abandoned after they stopped investigating the matter. A deep voice came from the shadows in the corner. That's what it looks like on the surface. But in reality, There's no need to pursue the matter or worry about it. Even if she figures out the truth and spreads it, it won't affect His Majesty. Ha ha! The Church of Evernight has already tacitly agreed to it. That's for the best. The golden-masked man sighed. After returning to her residence at the edge of East Borough, Zio said to Furs, who was reading a newspaper by the bed, "Took £2,500. Furs put down the newspaper. Her eyes moved slightly as she focused on calculating. That's enough. Hugh had over £600 in savings, and with the £2,500, she had £3,100 at her disposal, after necessary living expenses. As for the Judge Potion formula, she had bought it for £2,000, and the Beyonder characteristic was £3,500. In other words, she was still short of £2,400. Furs would lend her the money. After lending this sum of money, Furs's savings would drop to £780. However, this didn't affect her much. She had the subsequent potion formulas and main ingredients, so she wouldn't have any huge expenses for a long time. Occasionally, she would even earn some money by renting out Lamino's travels. Okay. Zio nodded. I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Furs turned to worry about herself. I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer to have traveling powers. The focus of a scribe is definitely on recording. When I become a judge, you'll have new Beyonder powers that you can repeatedly record. This should speed up the digestion of the potion, Zio said in thought as she pulled a chair and sat down. Furs sighed. I suspect that, apart from recording Beyonder powers, I also need to record the scenery and folklore of different places. Only then can I match up with the subsequent traveler. But now that the war has broken out, it's fine to head inland, but going elsewhere will definitely be difficult and dangerous. Sigh, the price of bread has increased. It's nearly a quarter of a penny per pound. It's more expensive than before the Grain Act was repealed. Indeed, Zio thought seriously and agreed with Furs's conclusion. The two fell into silence. After about 10 seconds, Zio suddenly had an idea. Actually, there's a very simple solution. What is it? Furs sat up slightly as she blurted out a question. You can pay that person to bring you on a trip. Zio was very careful not to mention the person's code name or name. Every time, you'll be thrown into an unfamiliar place for 3 to 4 days, or even a week, before being picked up. It won't take long for you to record all sorts of folklore. Furthermore, you can also rent some mystical items from them to record Beyonder powers. This can not only strengthen you, but it can also help you digest them. That's right. Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was extremely superficial. After the pleasant surprise, Furs's brows gradually furrowed. This was because this method meant that she would have to frequently interact with the world, German Sparrow, and just the thought of that crazy adventure made her tremble. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't come with a price. In order to digest the potion, I have to take the risk. Finally, Furs made up her mind. She planned on making the request on the tarot next week, in an apartment a few streets away from where Zio and Furs lived. Klein, who had just returned from the Srenzo restaurant, was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through the day's newspapers and summarized the more important information. The Sonia Sea fleet of the Fasak Empire has withdrawn from Pritz Harbor. Their whereabouts are unknown. Admiral Emerius of the Department of Defense has expressed his intention to strengthen the coastal defenses. He has also ordered the 3 ironclad fleets to return. There's no need to be in a rush. They should make more detours to prevent themselves from being ambushed. The Fasak twin-headed giant legion invaded Winter County's Amantha mountain range and encountered intense resistance. They failed to pass through a few major fortresses, The Fasak conquest fleet attacked Constant and other heavy industrial cities on the east coast of Mid-Seashire. A large-scale naval battle broke out with the kingdom's Mid-Seashire fleet. Both sides suffered losses. East Balam's Fasak and Rowan's colonial army are at war in many places. The other countries have yet to express their intentions clearly. In the corresponding capitals, ambassadors are running around and urgently carrying out diplomatic mediation. The radio waves carry all kinds of important information as they crisscross between the different cities of the northern and southern continents. It's still in the early stages of the war. Klein didn't think that the diplomats could stop the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he should gather the relevant information regarding George III Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, before Blood Emperor Alista went mad, he would tend to do things reasonably. That is to say, it's impossible for he to build 9 mausoleums in a secret place. It's very easy for he to be wiped out, causing the resurrection to fail. Therefore, in the area around Bakeland in other parts of the kingdom, there should be 8 similar mausoleums. They haven't been exposed, so they might not be as tightly protected as Ruin One. This might give me a chance. The Red Angel evil spirit might know something, but I can't contact him now. Ignoring the danger of chanting his honorific name, just this action will expose my intention to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. To a terrifying conspirer, there are too many things that he can use. Queen Mystic might have certain channels and clues, but I can't rely on her alone. The Church probably doesn't know how many secret ruins of the Blood Emperor are, or where they are. I should attack the key figures around the king, such as the royal family's demigods who are deeply involved in this matter. They definitely have the corresponding vigilance. Furthermore, the Gustus family's angel and the ancient secret organization's angel will most likely be watching from the shadows. In addition, as long as something happens to a royal family demigod, George III will definitely be able to guess that someone is trying to stop him from becoming a god. Right? Demoness of White Katarina. Compared to the royal family's demigods, she's easier to deal with and won't attract attention. Yes, in theory, George III, who has already obtained the tacit approval of the few churches, doesn't need to cooperate with the Demonist sect. There's also no need for that. If it wasn't for certain reasons that both parties are completely bound together, the first thing he would do now would be to sever ties with the Demonist sect. Of course, he probably won't directly betray the Demonist sect. On the one hand, the demonesses are also good at scheming, so he will definitely be wary of this. On the other hand, if he infuriates the upper echelons of the Demonist sect, George III Black Emperor ritual might not be that safe. This is a secret organization with a true god, a grade 0 sealed artifact, and an angel. As long as George III still has his reason, the right thing to do is to follow the agreement and give him everything that needs to be given. Then he will send the members of the Demonist sect away. During this process, he will use the power of the Mind Domain's angel, or even a king of angels, to wipe the key memories of the Demonist sect's participants. This way, even if Demoness of White Katarina disappears for a period of time, it won't garner George III vigilance. He wouldn't even know. And from the Demonist sect's point of view, the matter is over. The various churches have tacitly agreed to it. Demoness of White and the others don't need to completely hide like before. They can move about freely. To Queen Mystic and me, this is an opportunity. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment might very well appear again. From her looks and the attitude of Demoness of White back then, she and Katarina should be related by blood to a certain extent. With this in mind, Klein exhaled and cast his gaze out the window. I hope Anderson and Donnas can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible. I hope that the City of Miracles and Roselle's travels can effectively destroy the influence of the Mind Domain. And all he could do now was wait patiently. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Donnas said to Anderson with a look of delight, I heard some news. Southwest of here, on an abnormal sea route, there's an island that doesn't have many resources, but is sufficiently hidden. Chapter 11:23. You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hiding there. Upon hearing Donna's words, Anderson asked in thought. Danitz replied excitedly, "That's right. It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after it sailed west out of Theros Island?" Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts could be so easily found out by you, why would she need to hide? How can an island that even you can find out about be considered well hidden? Hey, what do you mean? Donnes felt like he had been mocked. Anderson spread out his hands and said, "I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze the situation. That island likely exists, but it's either one that many people here know about, or someone deliberately released the news. If it's the former, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that's interesting. Who would release the news?" Donnes was a little angry in the beginning, but he gradually followed Anderson's train of thought and analyzed the situation. A trap set by some pirates or adventurers. But an island without any resources can't attract people to explore it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself? In order to find out who is tracking her? Anderson smiled and said, "That's right. Not bad. With my guidance, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drank the Conspire potion, you wouldn't be able to improve your brain. You would only mutate your enemy to become stupid and pull him into a domain you're familiar with, thereby defeating him." That wasn't said by me. It was said by Roselle the Great. After this period of searching, Anderson had already helped Donnes obtain a portion of the Conspire potion's main ingredient and nearly all the supplementary ingredients. He was just short of the final step to succeed. "I suspect that you have such an ability," Donnes mumbled softly as a response. Anderson didn't pay attention to him and continued to speak. If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news, that secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing there, with only mirrors monitoring the ships and humans that approach the island. Perhaps it's the important stronghold of the Demonist sect that German Sparrow mentioned. Then what should we do next? Donnes asked subconsciously. When Anderson heard this, he snorted. "You can't even think of such a simple thing? Of course, we'll go look for whoever you got this information from. We'll find out the source of their information. If we investigate layer by layer, we'll definitely find something." That's right. Donnes wanted to nod his head in agreement. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they turned into a "ha!" Near midnight, on the second floor of a casino, the brown-haired Buzz yawned and walked into his room. Before he could light the candle with the help of the moonlight outside the window, he suddenly saw a bright white flame in front of him, which made him temporarily unable to see. Buzz's heart tightened as he suddenly pounced to the side and rolled on the ground. Just as he rolled twice, his movements came to an abrupt halt as though someone had used a petrification spell on him. This was because a bone-piercing chill and a slight stabbing pain came from his neck. This made him have no doubt that if he moved forward a little more, blood would definitely spray out onto the roof. "What are you trying to do?" At that moment, Buzz's vision had already recovered. He saw a blond man standing beside him with one hand in his pocket and a pitch-black short sword in the other. Beside the window was a fellow wearing a black cloak with a hood covering most of his face. Donnes didn't answer Buzz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. "Why didn't you disguise yourself?" "How can others know who to hate if I disguise myself?" Anderson replied indifferently. Donnes exhaled. "Thankfully, I haven't been infected by your crappy habit." "It's fine," Anderson said with a smile. Anderson chuckled. "Anyone on Theros Island can find out who I've been hanging out with." "Dogsh *T. Donnes blurted out a curse. Buzz, who had his short sword pressed to his neck, didn't dare move. All he could do was listen quietly. He felt like he had returned to Trier and was watching a farce. What are the two of them here for? This intelligence peddler was deeply puzzled. At this moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Buzz. Who told you about the secret island that deviates from the main sea route and is located southwest? Buzz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Donna's by the window. It's you. In the past few days, this piece of information had only been sold to one person. He was recognized so quickly, Donna's was momentarily at a loss for words. Anderson pressed down the pitch-black short sword in his hand slightly, making the stabbing pain even more obvious. Please respect the order. Buzz immediately felt as if his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It's Vice Admiral Ailment. When did she tell you? Why did she tell you? Anderson continued asking without any surprise. The night before the Black Death left Theros Island, Buzz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive bleeding. He was afraid that he would bleed to death. I didn't ask her why. At that time, I only cared about admiring her beauty. As expected of the famous ailment maiden of the 5 seas, even after a long time, Buzz couldn't hide his admiration when he recalled the extremely dangerous situation he was in. Is this the charm of a demoness? Anderson muttered to himself before asking, Do you have a way to contact her? No. Baz quickly shook his head and said, She asked me to remember all the people who asked about her whereabouts and to tell her when she returned to Theros Island. If anyone really left the port after obtaining information about that hidden island, let them go. Is that so? Very reasonable. Anderson nodded and retracted the pitch-black short sword. Is it a trap? I don't know either, Buzz answered frankly. Anderson didn't say a word as he searched Buzz's body and the money in his room. Then he pointed his short sword at the intelligence peddler. I wanted to kill you, but that way no one would hate me. Live well and curse me a few more times a day. He then turned around and walked to Donna's side. Together, they jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night without street lamps. Buzz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. Thankfully, I encountered this fellow who seems to have some mental problems. Otherwise, I'd be dead today. He closed the window, locked the wooden door, and carefully checked the room. Finally, he sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Landy Proof. With the help of the alcohol, Buzz collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by, and it slowly arrived at 3 a.m. Suddenly, Buzz sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't show any signs of drunkenness. He found a dagger, pried open a wooden floor in the room, and picked up a thumb-sized ball of paper from below. After the white paper unfolded layer by layer, there was a sticky, paste-like black object in the middle. Buzz took a quarter of it and walked to the mirror in the room. He was about to smear the object on it. At this moment, he saw 2 figures reflected in the mirror. One was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He had one hand in his pocket and was holding a short sword. The other was wearing a dark cloak that didn't reveal his face. Just as Baz's pupils dilated, he was punched in the back of the head by Danitz and fainted. His last memory was of a smiling voice saying, He really didn't disappoint. He really didn't disappoint. He chuckled and said, This fellow actually believed it. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you. After dealing with Buzz, Donnas bent down to pick up the paste-like object that had fallen to the ground. His previous conversation with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. It was to make it reasonable for Anderson to let Baz off and not be suspected. This means that you acted well enough, Anderson said with a smile. Acting as yourself is indeed different. T. Donnas cursed without any qualms. He then said wistfully, I never expected him to be so patient. He waited until midnight before taking action. As for us, we were even more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes he can even wait for a few days, Anderson replied in passing. To the two of them, this was actually something that couldn't be helped. Be it hunter, provocateur, pyromaniac, or reaper, none of them were good at mediumship. much less grasping the powers of hypnosis. If they wanted to obtain information, apart from torture and threats, they could only work hard on schemes. This sentence makes sense, but in the future, it will become the words I use to lecture others. Doniz looked at the black paste in his hand and said, "It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment. It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment. That should be the case. However, what's the point of contacting her? Asking her to have breakfast at Thero's Island?" Anderson mocked. Doniz also knew that he and Anderson had no way of influencing the person on the other side of the mirror. However, he instinctively wanted to do more and complete the mission given to him by German Sparrow better. He frowned slightly. "Then what do we do next?" "Of course we'll contact German Sparrow and leave him to handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it," Anderson said with tea. "Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. There's already an outcome." Doniz tersely acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items used for the ritual. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked with a slightly odd expression. Danitz didn't turn his head as he set up the altar. "To summon German Sparrow's messenger." Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll head out for a smoke first. P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't cast my monthly votes." Chapter 11:24. It was just past 6 in the morning. All of Bakeland was still dark and very quiet. Most of the places were only illuminated by the light from the street lamps. Klein, who was wearing pajamas, sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was holding 4 heads in her hands. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, "Who sent the letter?" How was he going to let him sleep well? The 3 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands answered one after another. "You, that, no, Brain. Servant. Brain, Doniz. In the past, he prayed in the middle of the night, but now he's sending letters in the morning." Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. He unfolded it, and his expression gradually turned solemn. This was because the timing of Doniz and Anderson discovering Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's whereabouts wasn't good. According to Klein's deduction, it wouldn't take long for the pirate admiral and demoness of White Katerina to regain their freedom. They wouldn't need to hide, making it easier to find them. Now, by dealing with the intelligence peddler, Baz, and obtaining the item to contact Tracy from him, the greatest possibility was to scare the target and make her continue hiding. Of course, Klein could seek Queen Mystic Bernadette's help to obtain a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through a mirror. However, the problem was that he suspected that the target was hiding in an important stronghold of the Demonist sect. It might even be the headquarters that stored Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This way, even if he confirmed Tracy's whereabouts, he wouldn't dare teleport over to capture her. Therefore, contacting her would only alert the pirate admiral. And if he didn't take this opportunity to contact her, regardless of whether Baz was dead or alive, the news would spread after daybreak. Tracy would similarly be alerted. Seriously. However, this is also because Anderson and Doniz don't know the truth of the matter. They aren't aware of the changes in the situation in the Rouen Kingdom. Klein thought for a moment and said to Miss Messenger, "Wait a moment. Wait a minute, I'll write a reply." His original plan was to teleport over directly and decide what to do next, but after some consideration, he chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zeradol wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Doniz, he still felt that he had to be more cautious. Even if Zeradol didn't do so, it didn't mean that the members of the secret order under him would do the same. In such a large secret organization, there were definitely a few demigods at the saint level. Once they were entangled, it would be troublesome. "All right, Rionette Tinker's head, which couldn't speak previously, answered first. Klein got up, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote smoothly, "Find a way to knock Buzz out until morning. Then leave his room immediately. Stay as far away from him as possible. There's great danger lurking there. Wait until dawn, then monitor Baz again, but don't alarm him." The so-called great danger was both a truth and a lie. Klein's main goal was to get Anderson and Donnes to leave the scene and lure away any possible surveillance. After putting down the pen and reading it again, Klein folded the letter and handed it to Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, who had followed him out. 3:10 in the morning, Berserk C, Theros Island, in Buzz's room. Donnes had just tidied up the altar and cleaned up the traces when he saw the terrifying messenger with the 4 heads return to the scene. German Sparrow actually didn't come. Surprised, Donnes reached out to receive the reply letter. Then he took out a gold coin and gave it to the messenger. After the figure in the dark and complicated dress with the 4 heads disappeared, he unfolded the letter and quickly read it. There's danger. Donnes' pupils dilated as he ran for the door as though his but had been burned. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall and an unlit cigarette in his mouth, "Quick, leave quickly. Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here." German Sparrow said it? Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully, "Yes, how did you know?" "Can't I discover something?" Donnes replied instinctively, "You. Huh." Anderson chuckled and asked in a relaxed manner, "What else did he say? Aren't you nervous?" German Sparrow is still very reliable when it comes to such matters. Donnes' focus was completely wrong. Anderson fell silent for a moment before saying, "His messenger is more reliable. His messengers are more reliable. At least, during the few minutes he takes to and fro, there is no danger here. If there was any danger lurking, it would silently shrink back when it saw the messenger." Donnes originally wanted to reply that that was the case from an image point of view, but for some reason he instinctively gave up on that sentence. He changed the topic. German Sparrow also said to make Baz unconscious until early in the morning. He told us to wait for the sun to rise before monitoring, but not to expose ourselves. Anderson frowned a little. What does he want to do? When the sun rises, there won't be any hidden dangers here. Without waiting for Donna's response, the Fog Sea's strongest hunter turned around and walked into the room. He took out a small metal bottle he carried with him, pulled out the stopper and moved it to Baz's nose. "It's done. Let's go." Anderson didn't hide his curiosity as he looked around before leading Donna's out of Baz's room and into the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. At 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She dreamed of the endless gray fog. She dreamed that German Sparrow, the world, had asked her to help hypnotize a person, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who had inquired about a certain hidden island. This is something that can accumulate the manipulator potion, formula, and beyonder characteristic contributions. Also, Mr. World said that he would donate another £7,000 for war treatment. Audrey got off the bed very gently and put on a bluish-green cloak over her white nightgown. She then followed German Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual to pray for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly formed and opened. 3 items flew out and landed on the altar. One of them was a thin, human-skinned glove. The other was an instruction manual on a piece of white paper, and the other was a neatly arranged stack of cash that wasn't tied up. Is this the creeping hunger? Audrey examined the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then she put on the glove and followed the instruction manual to control the traveler's soul. When the glove turned transparent, the holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World prayed for? Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecies aimed at the scene to ensure that my identity isn't exposed? Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she turned Lai, which she had long prepared into a silver mask and wore it on her face. Right on the heels of that, she began teleporting according to the coordinates of the spirit world that German Sparrow had given her by the world. During this process, the strange and beautiful scenery and all kinds of strange creatures in the spirit world left a deep impression on Audrey. However, before she could carefully observe it, she had already arrived at her destination. She saw the rich colors and the stacked scenes rapidly fade away, returning to normal. It was still late at night outside. It feels like I've returned to the mood and feeling I had when I first entered the world of mysticism. Audrey analyzed her mental state and turned her attention to the target lying on the ground in the room. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak. He was the kind of person who could be easily bewitched, even if it didn't involve beyond her powers. Hypnosis wasn't difficult for Audrey at all. Therefore, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use a dream to complement hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure. In his dream, he believed that it was the most beautiful woman in the world, the perfect state that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy could achieve. Bartz frantically chased after her, running back and forth across the wilderness, hills, and peaks, but he couldn't grab anything. It was as though he had left something very important behind. After an unknown period of time, he woke up in exhaustion and slowly recalled what had happened last night. Due to losing money, he was in a bad mood. He had only drunk half a bottle of Lanti-Proof before falling drunk. Even now, his forehead still felt a little swollen. He even hit the back of his head. Bartz rubbed the swollen area and walked back to the bed. He fell down and continued sleeping. As for Audrey, who had completed a gentler hypnosis with her Dreamwalker powers, she had long followed the instructions of the world's German Sparrow. She had completely restored the scene, leaving nothing suspicious. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then she teleported back to Bakeland and sacrificed creeping hunger to Mr. Fool. The entire process didn't cause much of a commotion. The Church of Evernight Beyonders, who were in charge of protecting Earl Hall and his family, didn't notice anything. After Audrey cleaned up all the traces, she pulled the bell and let the maids waiting outside in. "Miss, there's a message from the Bursary Foundation." Her personal maid, Annie, signaled the other maids to get busy as she told Audrey. "What news?" From Annie's tone, Audrey detected surprise, bewilderment, disbelief, joy, and curiosity. Annie replied rather quickly. "Miss Eudora, who said that she would have to amputate, has completely recovered as if she had never been injured. This is simply a medical miracle." Audrey was also stunned. She had some vague guesses, but she wasn't sure because she lacked sufficient clues and evidence. Also, all the critically ill patients in the ward have recovered. At this point, Annie could no longer control herself. She lowered her voice and said, I heard that at night there's a ghostly shadow with mushrooms on one side and weeds on the other. It feeds on diseases, wounds, and sorrow. I don't know if it's true, but it's very scary." "Mushroom, weed?" Audrey repeated the two words, unable to think of anything else. "P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 11:25. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost legend, Annie glanced at the other maids who were preparing hot water, combs, and other items. She continued, "The doctors and nurses wish to invite the church's bishop to conduct a mass, but the remaining patients are strongly against it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They call it the clown angel. They say that its terrifying appearance is like a clown in disguise, but in fact, it's an angel that resolves pain and suffering." This title is very interesting. Audrey sighed with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would definitely be filled with interest. She would be eager to use dream traversal to guard the hospital overnight and figure out what was going on with the so-called clown angel. However, the outbreak of the war had left her in a relatively low mood. She felt that there were too many serious and important things that needed to be done. She really didn't have the mood to investigate. In fact, if she hadn't personally experienced the air raid and seen the injured people, she definitely would have felt that the war had never broken out and that Bakeland was very peaceful. This was because after the air raid, the Rouen Kingdom's airship fleet had entered the war. The air defense standards of the coastal cities had all been raised, and Bakeland hadn't been attacked again. At present, the battles between Faysac and Rouen were mainly concentrated in 3 places. The first was the Winter County's Amantha Mountain Range. The second was the heavy industrial city cluster on the east coast of Mid-Seashire. And the third was the few large ports along the Sonia Sea. Furthermore, they were in a stalemate, with no one gaining the upper hand. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have much of an impact on Bakeland. Apart from the rising prices and the constant news in the newspapers, the city seemed to have returned to peace in just a few days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother had been busy recently. They often returned home late, or they would gather a group of nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen for private gatherings. Through the other charitable organizations of the Church of Evernight, she had learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines of Pritz Harbor and Amantha. She had even seen some photos of the battlefield. She was working hard to raise money and contact the various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping to organize battlefield rescue and charitable medical treatment. Who would have thought that the adventurer who's famous for being crazy would not only take out the excess food in the manor, but he would also donate an additional £7,000 in cash? Audrey sighed inwardly and began getting the maidservant to busy herself. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Emlyn White donated a £10 note to a charity fundraiser, pressed down on his top hat, walked up the stairs, and entered the Harvest Church. At this moment, there was not a single believer in the cathedral. Only Father Utravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed devoutly. Emlyn wasn't in a rush to change into his priest robes. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into a chuckle. It must be because of your standard Faysac looks and figure that those believers don't dare come over, Emlyn said casually as he looked at the altar in front of him. Bishop Utravsky lowered his hands and opened his eyes. I can understand them. What's the use of understanding? If the war were to be a little more intense, with more soldiers dying in battle, those believers might surge in, burn down the cathedral, and hang you to death. Emlyn continued looking at the sacred emblem of life. Father Utravsky shook his head slightly. No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Mother Goddess. They won't burn down the church. At most, they'll banish me. If I express that I have renounced my Faysac nationality, there will always be someone who will understand and accept me. Emlyn sked and said, without moving his gaze, that's right. What if Faina Potter joins the war and attacks Rouen's territory in Desi Bay? What if the Church of Mother Earth summons all the clergymen to fight against Rouen? Will you listen to the orders of the church and abandon the believers here? Or will you pretend that you don't know anything and continue to preach the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest? Or will you directly organize the believers and let them fight against their own people, proving their faith with blood and sacrifice? Bishop Utravsky slowly looked at the altar and the sacred emblem of life on it. He didn't say a word for a long time. Emlyn didn't raise any more questions and fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson, who hadn't returned to Possu Island in time, didn't leave the Blue Avenger out of caution. He only sent the sailors to take turns going ashore to gather information. Captain, there's still no news of us being summoned, a sailor reported to Alger with a strong smell of alcohol. Alger waved his hand and got his subordinate to leave the room. Then he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. The church doesn't seem to place too much importance on this war, from Alger's understanding. This was likely an intense war that involved a lot of areas. As the target, the Church of the Storm would definitely mobilize all its forces to defeat the enemy, including driving the captains scattered across the sea and giving them the corresponding missions. But up to this moment, Alger hadn't received any orders from Possu Island. This wasn't to say that the Church of the Storm was slacking off. The activity of the Church's forces in the Rouen army, the high-altitude defenses in the various cities, and the various activities of demigods indicated that the Church of the Storm was seriously resisting the Faesac Empire's invasion. But it wasn't desperate enough. Could it be because it's still in the early stages of the war? The Church wants to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger restrained the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. In the evening, another batch of sailors returned. This time, the news had nothing to do with the war. "Captain, there seems to be some kind of monster hiding on this island." Many pirates said that after drinking too much, they encountered something scary when they went out to pee. Some of them were slapped by tree branches. Some of them saw fruits growing on their bodies, and they were filled with blood and flesh. Some of them encountered skinny, ghostly figures with faces full of wheat grains. A relatively sober sailor described the rumors he had heard from others. Legends of ghosts and monsters. Alger had no intention of investigating the truth. He nodded and warned sternly, "Don't go out at night." After Bakeland and Pritz Harbor became a ghost story, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly encounter Zeradol's marionette. With creeping hunger and his traveling powers, he expanded the range of terrifying legends. He would sometimes appear in the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, Lemberg, Fainapotter, and other times he would appear in East and West Balam, the highlands and river valleys. Furthermore, he didn't abide by any rules. He would go to some cities 2 or 3 times, and he wouldn't set foot on others even once. During this process, Klein had a baffling and strange feeling. It was as though invisible tentacles had extended out of the terrifying darkness, either seeking out his whereabouts or attempting to predict and intercept him ahead of time. They were silent and cold. Once they were entangled, the outcome would be unimaginable. Klein knew that this might be Zeradol's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and lie in wait. However, it was this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he used the gray fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, Klein would first head above the gray fog to divine the level of danger and use the paper angels to interfere. At that moment, having greatly digested the potion, he had teleported to Kukua City in the northern state of West Balam. This was the place where he had killed Insangwil to avenge himself and his captain. The moment his figure appeared in White Feather Square, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to May Sanchez was too quiet. It was so quiet that it sent chills down his spine as his hair stood on end. May Sanchez was a native general who had previously purchased firearms from Don Dantes. He was a beyonder of the death pathway, and he relied on the Church of Knowledge. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered entering to confirm the situation. After all, he was his partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter a powerful enemy, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. Klein had just done a self-assessment and believed that if he could create a few more terrifying legends with a saint-level demigod as the main character, his Bizarro sorcerer potion would be mostly digested. Of course, the premise of everything is safety. I have to be careful and cautious. As Klein made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, transform into Don Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange. Klein didn't let his guard down. His body suddenly turned incorporeal, turning into a shadow as he vanished into the darkness of the night. As for Kona's Kilgore, with Don Dantes' face, he slowly walked towards May Sanchez's residence. This was Creeping Hunger's shadow concealment. As for Klein's other marionette, Anuni, he was waiting about a kilometer away. As for the few rats that belonged to this marionette, they were nearly a kilometer away from the marionette, but they were unable to do anything. Soon, Don Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit body, Thread's vision. What he saw were black, illusory threads that were growing in a messy manner. They seemed to come from different people, but they had a clearly similar aura. As for ordinary spirit body threads, they didn't exist at all. Don Dantes fell silent for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand and pushing open the door that wasn't closed. The scene inside was completely different from what Klein remembered. The pillars were wrapped in gold leaf, and the golden statues embedded in the walls, as well as the gorgeous staircase, were all jumbled together like a gigantic hedgehog that had grown golden spikes. Sharp stone pillars rose from the ground, and there was shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were also illusory bookshelves that didn't seem real in the hall. Hidden in different spots on the bookshelves were pools of black shadows. At times, they would curl up and stretch out like eyes. As the door opened, the pools of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive as they produced the same voice. "It's you? My prophecy was right. You're the person who helped me resolve my troublesome predicament. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of October." Chapter 11:26. Hearing the words of the black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was an old man wearing a plain white robe embroidered with brass threads. His hair was completely white and combed neatly. He had a pair of grayish-green eyes that left a deep impression. He claimed to be a clergyman of the Church of Knowledge and was in charge of matters in West Balham. He had a close relationship with May Sanchez. At that time, he suddenly visited Don Dantes. The reason was that he had prophesied that he would be in a very troublesome predicament in the future, and that someone he met during that period of time would help him solve the problem. Klein thought for a moment and slowly said, "Luca Brewster? Yes, it's me. You still remember me." In different parts of the illusory bookshelf, the puddles of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform as they stacked on top of each other and reverberated endlessly. It left Klein, who was separated by his marionette, feeling a little tinnitus. This isn't a normal voice. It contains a certain tendency to lose control or mental corruption. Those illusory bookshelves themselves are a manifestation. Just as this thought flashed across Klein's mind, he heard the black shadows that sometimes curled up and sometimes stretched out speak in unison. "Sorry, I was too excited just now and couldn't control myself." Hiding in the shadows outside the manor, Klein controlled his marionette, Kona's Kilgore. "What happened to you? How did it become like this?" The black shadows sighed in unison. The Phaenopotter Military's adjudicator, Bellicose, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, joined forces to ambush this place. Their main target was me, and I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form, forcing them to temporarily retreat. From the looks of it, for you to appear here without noticing anything, you must have teleported here directly. You are also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it's not that easy to return to normal. I was also affected by my madness and nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mystic arts tutor and had grasped many strange but effective mystic arts. Therefore, I sealed myself at the critical moment and became like this. Sigh, this can only last for a while. The madness is still eating away at me. I've already contacted the Holy See, and it won't be long before help arrives. But I don't know if I can hold on until then. I was just thinking that this should be the very troublesome predicament in the prophecy, and I don't know if the person who can help me solve this problem will appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prophecy and my interpretation are correct. My mental state is much better now. What a demigod who's obsessed with the success of the prophecy. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would your mental state collapse and you would lose control on the spot? Klein lampooned inwardly before thinking about the key information that Luca Brewster had revealed. The Phaenopotter Military and the Church of Earth Mother had begun to take action. Klein then made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, take out a gold coin, and flicked it up before reaching out to catch it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were dedicated to maintaining order and protecting believers regardless of anything. From this angle, Luca Brewster wasn't a devil, and the impression Vice Admiral Iceberg and Detective Eichinger Stanton gave Klein a pretty good impression of the Church of Knowledge. He felt that other than them habitually discriminating against people with low intelligence or those who didn't like to learn, there wasn't anything wrong with their actions and style. This is also the reason why they're unable to expand and can only hole up in a few small countries. Klein didn't look at the outcome of the gold coin toss as he mumbled, "How do you need me to help you?" The slightly excited black shadows fell silent. After a few seconds, they said, "I don't know either." Klein looked at them as they looked at Klein. Momentarily, they were speechless. "Why don't I suggest making you my marionette?" After nearly 10 seconds, Klein lampooned inwardly. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve the problem of Luca Brewster being unable to recover from his mythical creature form. To be honest, apart from having a good impression of the Church of Knowledge and Luca Brewster, he was so serious in helping because of benefits. Firstly, there was the existence of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in the matter of Rozelle's travels. At present, Klein was unable to determine the true God's goal, and he felt that showing some goodwill might give him a pleasant surprise. Secondly, if Rozelle's return really happened, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's attitude was rather important. From the Red Angel evil spirit's tone, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the 4th epoch, the attitude of the 7 deities in the present era towards the appearance of the Black Emperor had changed drastically. Their reaction was no longer as intense, and they were more inclined to acquiesce, even if it wasn't the candidate they had in mind. Under such circumstances, if Rozelle the Great were to return, the only ones who would object would probably be the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. After all, back when Rozelle perished, their figures had been faintly discernible. However, this objection wouldn't be too strong. As long as Rozelle was mentally normal and had escaped the corruption and madness, there was a possibility of acceptance. After all, the Black Emperor and the Sun and savant pathways weren't interchangeable. There was no direct conflict of interest. As for the original grudge, it wasn't too serious at the level of a deity. Of course, this was only a guess made by Klein from the perspective of ancient history and mysticism. According to his understanding, other than the god of craftsmanship, the other 6 deities had been hostile towards each other during the Solomon First Empire, leaving behind countless grudges. They had no choice but to rope in the Black Emperor of that time to help them. In the end, they still let go of the past and formed an alliance that lasted until today. Even deities of similar pathways could coexist peacefully to a certain extent. As long as Rozelle could really be resurrected, he who hadn't completely perished had a chance of resolving the grudge between him and the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Of course, with Klein's understanding of Rozelle, he would take revenge sooner or later. However, as long as he wasn't crazy, wasn't forced into a corner, wasn't extreme, he could still see the situation clearly. He knew what to do and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. And under such circumstances, Klein believed that the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were the only ones who could suppress the eternal blazing sun and the God of Steam and Machinery's objections and make them acquiesce. This was because they and the eternal blazing sun were interchangeable beyond our pathways. I'm just afraid that the corruption from the cosmos isn't that easy to resolve. The resurrected Rozelle will completely turn into an evil god, but such matters can only be done step by step. Only by understanding it can I grasp the crux of the matter and decide if I should press that button at the final moment. I can't stop moving forward just because the probability isn't high. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Even drinking a mouthful of water might cause an evil god to descend. Similarly, the reaction of the various parties to Rozelle's return and how intense it will be will require further observation before I can find a plan that everyone can accept. At present, destroying the ritual at the critical moment has the highest chance of success. Amidst Klein's thoughts, he looked at the black shadows and slowly said, "It's time for the ritual to be destroyed. How much longer can you last?" Luca Brewster examined his condition. 7 minutes. I thought it was 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Klein lampooned inwardly. Let me help you find a psychiatrist. As he spoke, he retreated several hundred meters into the shadows outside May Sanchez Manor. Following that, he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein sat in the fool's chair and conjured German Sparrow's figure, allowing him to quickly and succinctly pray. It was almost midnight, but Audrey, who was busy with charity work, had yet to go to bed. Treating a demigod who shows signs of losing control. I can accumulate contribution points again. Audrey put down the fountain pen in her hand and wore a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual and received creeping hunger. She wore Lai, who had turned into a silver mask, and under the protection of Angel's embrace, she teleported to May Sanchez Manor in West Balam's Kukua City according to the route provided by German Sparrow. The difference was that, as she was facing a demigod, not only did Audrey wear a mask, but she had also used Lai to adjust her figure, aura, and the looks under the mask. Then she saw Mr. World, who looked like Don Dante's. That demigod has currently disintegrated into a pool of black liquid. Try not to directly communicate with his body of heart and mind. This will cause his tendency to lose control to infect you. If you can't treat him, I can lend you my Beyonder characteristic. Klein specially exhorted Miss Justice. Audrey didn't say that she knew very well. She was very professional in this aspect as she listened attentively. I'll give it a try first. She pulled the cloak that wrapped around her body and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. Thankfully, he hasn't truly begun to lose control, Audrey said in a gentle voice after observing for a few seconds. Accompanying these calm and powerful words was an invisible, soothing wind that blew quietly. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up began to decrease, and the feeling of anxiety weakened. Audrey used pacification a few more times until Luca Brewster's mental state had completely stabilized and he had the ability to cooperate. Only then did she get him to open up his mind and embrace the treatment. She took the opportunity to open the door to the demigod's body of heart and mind. She split up her pacification to cleanse the corruption and planted a psychological cue, hinting to Luca Brewster that there was nothing wrong with him. He could easily dispel his mythical creature form and return to a human. The reason for splitting up her pacification multiple times was that Audrey would immediately withdraw when she was slightly corrupted or affected. She would first resolve her mental problems. Finally, she completed the treatment and the cue and took a few steps back. Your Excellency, you can dispel your mythical creature form. Just as she said that, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together as though they had a life of their own, condensing into a human form. The black color quickly faded as Luca Brewster returned to his original appearance. He sighed with a smile. Thank you so much. I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over. I thought I would become the main ingredient for her to switch pathways. This old man is so direct. I don't even know how to respond. Klein turned his head to glance at Audrey and realized that she had her eyes tightly shut. Klein replied to Luca Brewster, don't worry about it. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes. Chapter 11:27. Luca Brewster looked down at himself, hurriedly raised his right hand and grabbed to the side. His grayish-green eyes turned deep black. The gold that was mixed with the stairs immediately flew out, fusing into a thin armor in midair and covered Luca Brewster's body. Luca moved his arms and explained as he experienced the effects. Stiano's golden armor spell. Stiano's golden armor spell. It's equivalent to a Sequence 5 Guardian's defense. Stiano, Klein asked casually, Luca used a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure, one of the earliest founders of the Moses ascetic order. I heard that Roselle the Great had once modified this golden armor spell. I wonder what the final effects will be. I can roughly imagine. Perhaps this golden armor has 12 different shapes. Klein mumbled inwardly before steering the topic back on track. Faina Potter and the Church of Earth Mother have officially joined the war. Audrey, who had opened her eyes when Luca introduced Stiano's golden armor spell, controlled the urge to turn her head. Her eyes remained unchanged as she looked at the shimmering demigod. Luca sighed. Regardless of what they thought before, they will definitely officially join the war after tonight. Of course, they probably won't target Rouen for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack Lemberg, Mason, or Seeger. This is to prevent the battle line from being stretched too far and having too many enemies, preventing them from being able to concentrate their strength. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother might not be willing to contribute too much strength. After sighing, the demigod of the Church of Knowledge sincerely said to the silver-masked Audrey, "I wonder what kind of consultation fee I should pay." Audrey looked at Mr. World beside her. He's already paid it. Luca Brewster then shifted his gaze to Don Dante's. Klein thought for a moment. "Let me ask a few questions." "Please go ahead." At this moment, Luca did not have the demigod demeanor. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer a student's question in class. Of course, if he could take off that golden armor and change into a three-piece suit, he would look even more like him. Klein didn't think about it and asked directly, "What do you know about the underground pollution?" From his point of view, if the saint of the Church of Knowledge, who was famous for his erudition, knew of it, he would definitely be able to bear the influence. And if it wasn't suitable for Miss Justice to hear, he believed that Luca would mention it. After all, he wasn't a bookworm. As the discussion about the underground pollution originated from her experience exploring the sea of collective subconscious in Roselle's travels, Audrey had a certain understanding of it. At this moment, she did not feel like she did not understand anything at all. She waited attentively for the demigod's reply. Luca frowned slightly. "I don't know much either. It seems that understanding itself will bring pollution." I once saw this sentence in an ancient book. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is when one is close to the underground. That's why the dragon of imagination and Quelt left behind such a deep trauma and some kind of fear. Audrey instantly thought of the item sealed by the bronze door in the City of Miracles live seed. She then looked at Mr. World beside her, but she failed to notice any minute changes in his expression. However, Klein had made his marionette nod gently to tell Miss Justice that he had the same thoughts as her. This made Audrey feel like she had returned to the past. Back then, she was still a low sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. She was unable to decipher any useful information from Mr. World's expressions and actions. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of the underground? That doesn't make sense. Seeing that Luca was unable to provide any more information, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Second question. What prophecy do you have for this war?" At the mention of prophecies, Luca Brewster became spirited. "It's just the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, the greater destruction stems from the war, but it's outside of it. I don't know what it is either. The war has just begun." Audrey couldn't help but feel heavy. Stems from the war, but it's outside of it? Is it the Amon brothers' apotheosis ritual? Or is it the advancement of the Black Emperor? Or is it the return of Roselle? Klein nodded with some guesses and raised the third question. "Have you heard of the apocalypse prophecy? How do you interpret it?" Luca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. "No, this isn't a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to prophesy is very certain that the apocalypse is coming. In his holy text, God mentioned that the apocalypse will happen in 1368 of the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a savior. The prophecy of the god of knowledge and wisdom? 1368. There's only about 10 years left. The goddess is willing to destroy the alliance with the god of combat to grasp the uniqueness of the death pathway. Could it be because of the impending apocalypse? Klein's expression unknowingly turned solemn, but it didn't show on the marionette's face. There's only about 10 years left before the apocalypse. Audrey ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be frank, she felt that it was fake. It was something used by those disguised mysticism experts and religious cheats to deceive the people and obtain money. Although a foreseeable large-scale war had already erupted, Audrey never imagined that this world was so close to its end. This was what almost all normal people and beyonders knew. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Luca Brewster shook his head. I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy said. Realizing that he was only a sequence 4 and that he didn't have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic and said to Luca, the saint of the Church of Knowledge. Let's leave it at that. What he really wanted to ask was that there was a high chance that the other party didn't know either. For example, what the corruption that originated from the cosmos was, whether Roselle could return, and what his condition was like. Luca Brewster nodded and said, In the future, if you need any help, you can come to me. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Specifically, you can contact Edwina. He remembered that Don Dante's sale of firearms to May Sanchez had been mediated by Edwina Edwards. Edwina, that Vice Admiral Iceberg? Audrey was taken aback for a second before she came to a realization. She curiously glanced at Mr. World. She remembered that she had once read a newspaper that had a story about the German Sparrow and 3 female pirate admirals. All right. Klein was never one to worry about having too many helpers. After nodding at Audrey, Luca Brewster's figure rapidly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then he vanished just like that, looking at the spot where Luca Brewster had been standing, and then at the hall that no longer had any gold. Klein inwardly gasped and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey and say, That's right. I thought it would be more troublesome. It was that saint who saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue. Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Don Dantes nodded and said, This will be added to your accumulated contributions. This will be added to your accumulated contribution. Go back as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here. Seeing that a demigod had nearly lost control, Audrey didn't doubt Mr. World's words about how dangerous this place was. She immediately used creeping hunger to teleport back to the northern continent through the spirit world. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the remaining matters, Earl of Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Audrey was just about to head out to meet her father and chat with him when she heard her mother, Countess Caitlin, ask in the hall, Did something happen again? You came back much later than scheduled today. Fainapotter has invaded Lenberg. Extra. Fainapotter has brazenly invaded Lenberg. Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, got off the carriage and was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral when he saw a paper boy waving a newspaper as he ran quickly through the streets and square. He stopped the paper boy, fished out a penny, and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he lowered his voice and said, Don't worry. As he flipped through it, he suppressed his voice and said, Perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield. That's right. Palez Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. But why am I still left behind in Bakeland? Leonard muttered to himself in puzzlement. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had already become the captain of a Red Gloves team. The members were transferred from other teams, including Cindy and Bob, whom he was familiar with. After the war broke out, Leonard originally imagined that his team would be like Sostel's team, being transferred back to the Holy Cathedral to participate in the battle in the Mantha mountain range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be a mobile force of the Baekeland diocese. As for this huge city, due to the implementation of the nighttime ban and other wartime policies, it was currently very safe. There weren't many Beyonders who came out to wreak havoc. Even the devils who liked to murder didn't cause any chaos, making Leonard rather free. It made him even more relaxed than when he wasn't at war. At this moment, Pallas Zoros smiled. "I have a guess." "What guess?" Leonard hurriedly asked in a low voice. "I don't wish to tell you now," Pallas replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word as he adjusted his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral. He exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. "Good morning, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who believed that he was already used to it, fell into a daze once again. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged his team members' respective missions, found a lounge, and waited for the tarot gathering to begin. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1128. I didn't go out this month and stayed at home, writing seriously. However, I still encountered something. Last week, my eyes were a little inflamed, causing the vitreous to turn a little more cloudy. After seeing that ordinary eye drops didn't have any effect, I quickly registered for a doctor. Before I set off, my wife, an ophthalmology graduate, said that it wasn't a big deal. As long as it wasn't a lesion in the eye, it was fine. I asked what lesion in the eye included, and she said macula before forgetting everything else. When I arrived at the hospital, the doctor said that the vitreous was indeed cloudy, but the shadow was small and could move. There was no flash, so it wasn't a big problem. It's just that your macula doesn't seem too good. Back then, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I immediately made an appointment for a follow-up checkup. I was depressed at home for 2 days, but thankfully, the checkup said that there were no problems. Just remember to have regular checkups in the future. Everyone, if you have severe myopia, please remember to take care of your eyes and use them scientifically. Yes, this month, I've finally advanced the plot to the beginning of the war. I've connected many of the foreshadowing and paved the way for the tense atmosphere. This novel should end in November, or at the latest in early December. Considering that the war is a continuous process, it's impossible for it to reach a climax like the Great Smog of Baekeland. There will be many foreshadowing and many tragedies. Therefore, I didn't use the writing method at the end of the second novel. I only slightly exaggerated the atmosphere of the war and the reactions of different people. This also resulted in the chapter of asking myself, not having enough emotional foreshadowing. Of course, I didn't write that chapter as a climax. To me, it's just a relatively important point in the plot structure. It's important not because it's stirring up the emotions, nor is it because it's to change Klein's aimless state from the beginning of the 5th novel to now. It's to tighten the tension of the plot later on. Therefore, what I need is clarity and a certain degree of explosive force. It's like a nail being hammered into the plot, tightening the story later on. With such a goal in mind, I finally used the method of repeated questioning that I originally didn't plan on using in this book. This is because if I were to use an indirect method or a straight line to express it, the points that need to be protruded wouldn't be clear. This would cause the emotions that need to be conveyed later on to be far from enough. If it wasn't for the existence of the previous chapter, the hidden emotions and emotions in my conversation with Bernadette wouldn't have been presented so easily. As for using the method of conversing with other people or objects, I wrote it in the beginning. It was very awkward, many times more awkward than I asked myself. Of course, because I changed the way I wrote it at the last minute, there were a lot of unnecessary words. At the time, I wanted to let my emotions slowly relax before tightening them. Yet, now that I think about it, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Sometimes I have to repeatedly remind myself of the word control. As for the war, due to the foreshadowing of the entire style, it's unlikely that Lilk will directly enter the battlefield. I also don't know how to directly describe the war. At most, I'll highlight 2 or 3 battles to achieve the goal of outlining the situation. Following that, Lilku and Bonadette's efforts and the Giant King's court's plot will intertwine. I hope it'll be written well. That's the summary for October. Today, the first chapter has been updated, begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. Also, I'm at the top of the monthly votes again in October. Thank you, everyone. This should be the first time I've done it 3 times in a row. Yes, I'll add more chapters to the latter half of the month. At the critical moment of the plot, I'll ask for monthly votes again. Chapter 1129. Above the endless grayish-white fog, in the ancient palace that seemed to be the residence of the deities, dark red beams of light rose up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey immediately stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and bowed towards the highest point. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She wasn't feeling down, but with so many things that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her voice up like before. After the members finished bowing and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually observed them. Almost instantly, she discovered that Ma Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. Is it related to Queen Mystic? Or could it be that there's another problem? Or could it be a combination of both factors? Audrey was somewhat surprised and curious as she pondered over the possible reasons. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Ma Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, calm, and capable, but also bold and rash in certain aspects. She was like an underage girl. Combined with her relationship with Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation was that although Ma Hermit had experienced a lot, most of the time she had successfully resolved her problems under the Queen's protection and arrangements. Deep in her heart, there was still a little girl who yearned for love and care. And it was precisely because of this hidden state that Audrey boldly guessed that Ma Hermit would unconsciously pity those who had been abandoned and hadn't committed any serious mistakes. She would sympathize with them and help them. At the same time, based on the fact that she was a woman who was active at sea, had the strength of a Sequence 5, had plenty of mystical items, had rich knowledge and experience, liked to wear a pair of thick glasses, and had interacted with German Sparrow, Audrey believed that she could confirm Ma Hermit's identity by casually flipping through the wanted posters and newspapers related to pirates. However, she didn't specifically do so. All she did was make a rough guess. No, Ma Hermit is already a Sequence 4 demigod. There aren't many things that can make her so worried. It's definitely not because of the outbreak of war. A great pirate wouldn't be too worried about this. As her thoughts raced, due to her lack of understanding, Audrey couldn't think of anything other than guessing from the direction of Queen Mystic. And at this moment, 2 things echoed in Catlia's mind. Why did the Queen send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain mystic techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Was the Queen in some sort of predicament? That frank fellow actually didn't want to hold the ritual and directly consumed the potion to advance. Luckily, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. Grasping the living habits and body structure of many ordinary animals and 3 extraordinary creatures is a crazy biologist who has already done his homework in advance. Next week, within these 2 days, he will become a druid. What he needs to do is to write down the knowledge and experiences he has accumulated in the past as part of the ritual. Amidst her thoughts, Catlia put away her worries and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and said, respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've gathered an entire set of Roselle's diary this time. An entire book. Upon hearing Ma Am Hermit's words, all the members, including the hanging man Alger, were clearly stunned. This exceeded their understanding. In the past, it was usually 2 or 3 pages, but this time it was a whole book. Did something happen? Even the dullest son, who paid the least attention to such matters, sensed something amiss. They all knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was Roselle the Great's eldest daughter. It was normal for her to provide an entire diary, but what wasn't normal was for her to provide an entire diary at once. Katlia didn't mind everyone's gazes as she continued. These diaries are not continuous, but they all originate from Roselle the Great's later years. Very good. The fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that the hermit could begin conjuring. Page after page of the slightly yellowed diary took shape, and soon they were stacked into one. After Klein received it, he casually flipped through it without reading it. He put it down and looked at Katlia. You may ask your questions. Including the last time, there's a total of 10. He didn't read the diary carefully because there were too many of them. There were at least 30 pages. If he wanted to read it all, it would make the tarot members wait too long and affect Mr. Fool's image. Therefore, he planned on slowly reading it after the gathering ended. 10. Katlia immediately felt a headache. This was because Queen Mystic Bernadette had only allowed her to ask 2 questions. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I ask them in batches?" "Sure." Klein nodded with a smile. This was in line with his thoughts. Answering 10 questions in one go was also a very difficult task for Mr. Fool. Katlia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 problems this time. First, why do we have to be careful of the audience? Be careful of the spectators? Audrey wore a blank look. She was momentarily unable to come up with a guess. She even examined herself. Be careful of the spectators? Emlyn, Leonard, and the other tarot members cast their gazes at Miss Justice. The fool Klein chuckled and said leisurely, "A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows and manipulate certain matters, making it difficult for others to detect and guard against them. Here, we need to be especially careful of the angel of imagination, Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion during the trend of the times that he envisioned. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations?" Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations? Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. Klein nodded slightly. Yes, a war that engulfs the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. This, the hanging man Alger, Katlia, and the other tarot members were momentarily overwhelmed by the information revealed by Mr. Fool's words. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, they involved a very, very high level. It was so high that they could only look up to it. Suddenly, they vaguely understood the reason why the psychological alchemy was deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. And some of the members who knew about the Twilight Hermit Order grasped the essence of maintaining the trend of the times. Only an existence at the level of Mr. Fool can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. The hanging man Alger quickly regained his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him many opportunities, but he didn't know if he could grasp them. The tarot members fell silent. Amidst their thoughts, the fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason. This was because he was powerless to stop such a war. If George III Black Emperor ritual failed, he could jump and extend his hand. There was still a tiny possibility that he could reach it. However, this was a war that had already become the trend of the times. Even if he was an angel, a sequence one angel, there was no way for him to truly affect the situation. Forcefully doing so would only result in him being crushed into powder by the rolling wheels of history. Even for a king of angels, apart from an existence like Adam who has spent 1,000 or 2,000 years to arrange the plot, the rest can at most change a portion of the situation. It's very difficult for them to resist the general trend. Only a sequence 0 true god can truly participate in the game. It's no wonder the emperor said that only by becoming a god can one protect themselves and the people they want to protect. What I can do now is to let the Rorstad archipelago's resistance make more preparations, hoping that they have a chance to escape the colonial rule. Klein reined in his thoughts and maintained the smile in his eyes. He wasn't someone who blindly opposed all wars. The education he had received in his previous life, as well as what he had seen at sea in East and West Balam, had encouraged the resistance to overthrow the colonial rule. To put it simply, what he didn't like and abhorred was an unjust war. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, Katlia controlled the chaotic thoughts in her mind and said again, "That's not a problem." Secondly, where might the secret mausoleum of Roselle the Great that hasn't been discovered be? Secret mausoleum? That hasn't been discovered. Magicians' furs became more focused, feeling that this was a best-selling theme that had all the elements that were popular. Audrey and the hanging man Alger keenly sensed something from this question. Roselle's eldest daughter might not be willing to accept the fact that her father had perished. She was still searching for the traces he left behind, hoping to find clues that could revive the emperor. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that there was something else in the secret mausoleum, something important. That might be Queen Mystic's real goal. Roselle left behind a secret mausoleum? I wonder what's inside. Leonard, Zio, and the other members were more concerned about this. The fool Klein was already prepared for this. Perhaps in the fog sea, in the hidden primitive island, or the abyss that Roselle once discovered. Abyss? Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. The history of the vampires had a lot of records about the demons of the Second Era. Even after thousands of years, he still felt that he had become impetuous and entangled by chaos during and after reading it. Sun felt the same way as him, but he didn't mind too much. When reading certain documents, one's mental state would be overly drained, and one's mental state would be unknowingly affected. This was common knowledge in the City of Silver, so one had to first receive general education and listen to the teacher's explanation. Abyss, Audrey, Zio, and the others couldn't help but repeat the term inwardly. In their daily lives, the abyss was more of an abstract description. It was synonymous with danger, pain, degeneration, and filth. They never expected it to really exist. It's somewhere in the fog sea. P.S. I've sent both chapters today. I hope for a guaranteed monthly ticket for November. Chapter 1130. Katlia similarly didn't snap to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected that Roselle the Great's secret mausoleum would involve the abyss, but on careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising for a battle of that level to involve anything. For an instant, she wished that the Queen wouldn't pursue this matter further, but she eventually suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. This was because she felt that if she were in her shoes, she would have made a similar choice. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as Katlia bowed at the end of the long, mottled table. "Thank you for your answers. I have no more questions today." The fool Klein nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You may begin." Just as he said that, Furs, who had been cultivating her courage, spoke with a resolute attitude as though she was closing her eyes and charging towards death. "Mr. World, I have something to entrust you with." Seeing the World German Sparrow look over, she hurriedly explained, "You don't need to do much. You don't need to do much. Just throw me to an unfamiliar place every once in a while and pick me up in a few days. If you're really busy, you can also gather them at a certain point in time and show me a few more trips for me to record." Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, man versus wild? There are too many suitable places for me. The easternmost ruins of the Battle of the Gods in the Sonia Sea, Calderon City in the Spirit World, or the City of Miracles in Roselle's Travels, Liveseed. They're all 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magicians won't be able to grasp it. Klein didn't let the world German sparrow immediately answer. He controlled the fake person to continue staring at Miss Magicians with a gaze filled with pressure. Furs took a silent breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, "It's like this. I'm now a sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. To digest the potion, apart from recording the various Beyonder powers, I also have to record the customs and folklore of different places. I wish to become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers in war. Mr. World, I've only recorded 1 trip so far. If I go somewhere else, I won't be able to come back, so I have no choice but to seek your help. I wonder if you're interested? What kind of reward would you like?" So that's how it is. Audrey finally came to a realization and felt that Furz's idea was great. Furthermore, she's a best-selling author. By recording the scenery and folklore into a book and publishing it, it should be able to greatly aid the digestion of the potion. Audrey nodded to herself, feeling sincerely happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Furz's fear and dread towards Mr. World? She was even looking forward to what would happen when the two of them officially made contact. Audrey, this isn't a good state of mind. However, this is the state of mind of a spectator. Furz definitely wouldn't have imagined that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is just a mask. Beneath it hides a gentle and kind heart. I also have to work hard to digest the Dreamwalker potion and strive to visit the surrounding dreams every night. Audrey didn't allow her expression or gaze to change as she maintained the posture of a bystander. After the hanging man Alger heard the magician's words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to strive for Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at this level. World and the Hermit are already Sequence 4. Justice, Sun, Moon, and the Star are also Sequence 5. Apart from magicians, only the newly added Judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt a stifling feeling in his chest that he couldn't dispel. He wished he could immediately find an opportunity to make contributions and become a demigod cataclysmic inter. He yearned for a high position and power. He yearned to be recognized, respected, and obeyed by others. He didn't want to gradually fall behind in the tarot. Is that so? As Klein basically understood Miss Magician's thoughts, he suddenly recalled something. It was the identity she had mentioned in front of Mr. Fool during a certain full moon. Former surgeon, now writer. By turning the horror legend I created into words and spreading it will help me further digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion. The more horrifying, terrifying, and inexplicable the description is, the better the effects. Klein suddenly had an idea as he controlled the world's German sparrow. This commission is very simple, but I need a very special reward. Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, the magician's Furs was both happy and nervous. What reward? The world's German sparrow pondered for a moment. Collect the latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland and write them into a book or newspaper. My request is for it to be as terrifying and bizarre as possible. It's best if it can become a bestseller. The reason why Klein only mentioned the major hospitals in Bakeland was because Miss Magicians was a local writer who often mingled in the circle of doctors. It was very reasonable for her to understand those legends and use them as material for her writing. It wouldn't be suspected, and if she had even grasped the ghost stories that only appeared in the Rorstad archipelago, the Fog Sea and East and West Valum, then Zeradol's marionette would definitely visit her. The latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland. When Audrey heard the world's German sparrow's words, she was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She originally believed that the legends were caused by the church's Beyonders secretly treating the injured, and that mushrooms and weeds were the negative effects of mystical items. She never expected that it wasn't the case. Audrey had also guessed that it was done by Don Dantes. After all, this gentleman had heard her mention the air raid victims, and he was a kind gentleman. However, due to the lack of any other clues or evidence, she could only believe that the church was more likely. At this moment, she was almost certain that the clown angel was the world's German sparrow. Even if he wasn't, there was a deep connection. Mr. World wearing the mushroom and weed mask is the same as German Sparrow wearing the crazy adventurer mask. Why does he disguise himself like that when doing good deeds? Is it because he needs the feeling of horror and the corresponding feedback? Audrey had a guess as she muttered to herself inwardly. The star Leonard and the hanging man Alger connected it to the urban legends that the Nighthawks of St. Samuel Cathedral had recently discussed, while the other pondered over the terrifying legends his subordinates had heard and encountered. I've never heard of such remuneration. It's not like I'm writing a biography. Although a war has recently broken out, the sales of newspapers and magazines seem to have increased. The previous editor has been urging me to publish a new book. Yes, my identity has to be kept a secret. I have to convince the editor to change my pen name. The excuse is that different styles have different pen names. Magician's Furs didn't have the time to think too much. After some consideration, she replied, "All right, no problem." The world's German sparrow chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs replied firmly, no longer having her usual laziness. To her, recording a demigod's powers could not only increase her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Zio, Leonard, and the other members sigh inwardly. A scribe sure is enviable. Once a demigod-level powerhouse has the backing of a scribe, she can produce extremely powerful strength that isn't inferior to a sequence 5. At times, she might even be stronger. After the deal was made, there was a brief silence. This was because the other members of the tarot didn't have any requests at the moment. Leonard had just become a spirit warlock not long ago, and he hadn't even finished summarizing the acting principles. There was still the possibility of advancing from the Church of Evernight. As for mystical items, he had already bought Word of the Sea. In special situations, he could still request to use the Church's sealed artifact. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research on the Moon domain every day, hoping to make the Scarlet Scholar more realistic. As for the sequence for Shaman King potion formula and beyonder ingredients, he wouldn't be able to use them for a very long time, nor could he afford them. Sun had just mastered the powers of a priest of light, and he was still a long way from advancing. As for the main ingredient of an unshadowed, he had already obtained it. Similarly, Audrey and Zio hadn't advanced for long. One of them was working hard to help Mr. World, accumulating contributions, while the other was burdened with a huge amount of debt and was eager to repay it. The hanging man Alger was in the Church of the Storm, and he had to hide his secrets. He was currently in a rather awkward position, and he needed an opportunity to advance. Furthermore, he had obtained the cataclysmic Interror potion formula from the world. Catlia had just become a demigod, and she was currently deeply studying all kinds of secrets and mysticism knowledge. To her pleasant surprise, not long after her advancement, when she recalled the knowledge and secrets she had grasped in the past, she realized that she had digested quite a number of potions. Among them, the things she had heard from the tarot had contributed greatly. The transactions segment quickly ended, and the members began to freely communicate. Emlyn surveyed the area before his gaze landed on Leonard's face. "If you were official Beyonders, how would you deal with a clergyman from an opposing faction under your jurisdiction during a war? He hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad." Although Faina Potter hadn't directly declared war on Rouen, they had invaded Rouen's ally, Lemberg. This made the believers and citizens around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utropsky more and more strangely. Leonard thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Protective custody. P.S. looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1131. Protective Custody. This answer is very intelligent, as expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain. The fool Klein couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he heard Leonard's answer. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he had a certain understanding of Bishop Utravsky, who called himself a priest. He didn't really believe Emlyn White's words that he hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad. This was because to a blessed and a fanatic, their understanding of what was bad might be different from that of a normal person. Indeed, Klein had never doubted Father Utravsky's sincerity and agreement when he talked about how precious life was and how the harvest was to be happy. However, the problem was that the teachings of the Church of Earth Mother also mentioned that life was like a plant that would eventually wither and die. It would return to the embrace of Mother Earth, and it would grow back in the next year. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't and couldn't treat life and death the same as the secular world. Regardless, I still have to control Father Utravsky. This is to protect the believers of Earth Mother and the surrounding people, as well as to protect the half-giant bishop. It's to prevent anything irreversible from happening. As Klein thought to himself, Leonard, who knew a lot about the Harvest Church, also understood the essence of Emlyn's question. He planned on leading his team over in the next 2 days to confirm the situation and cooperate with the official faction in charge of the Bridges South area to protect and imprison the blessed of Earth Mother. After Emlyn heard the answer, he only nodded slowly without saying a word. Seeing his silence, Leonard raised the question he wanted to discuss. Is there anything major hidden in Bakeland recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team was left behind in the capital of capitals as a mobile force. And just as he said that, the other Tarot members, including Sun, who didn't pay much attention to the outside world, cast their gazes at the world, German Sparrow. From what they knew, every time something happened in Bakeland, Mr. World would more or less have a warning. What other major things are hiding in Bakeland recently? That's a lot. George the Third Black Emperor ritual, the secret collusion between me and Queen Mystic, the 3 churches' seemingly tacit agreement. But they actually have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. After all, the 2 of them would occasionally communicate privately. That's right. Why did they leave Leonard in Bakeland? Because of me. The church doesn't want to place Leonard in Bakeland. Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the first thought that came to mind. He quickly changed his train of thought and analyzed the problem from the perspective of what Leonard could use. Leonard was only a sequence 5. What use could he be in the turbulent Backland? Even if they wanted to use him, they wouldn't use him. They would use me, who is related to him, or Pallas Zoroast. This can eliminate me. At present, I'm still a qualified blessed. If they really want me to do something, they can just directly instruct me. The matter of wiping out all Amon's avatars in Bakeland made the goddess or the church's upper echelons guess that Pallas Zoroast is hiding around Baklund Street, thus making them suspect Leonard? That's possible, and it's not a small one. Back then, I had some worries, but I believed that the church and Pallas Zoroast were on the same side when it came to preventing Amon from becoming a god. We can form a tacit understanding. Even back then, that Grandpa might have chosen Leonard to parasitize him because of this consideration. But why did they leave Pallas Zoroast in Bakeland? To fish for Amon? Even among kings of angels, Amon is ranked at the top. With the goddess unable to descend, it wouldn't be difficult to force Amon away with the church's angels, grade 0 sealed artifacts, and Pallas Zoroast. But killing him is nearly impossible unless his true body isn't here. And if his true body isn't here, it wouldn't be worth such an arrangement. Klein's thoughts rapidly expanded as he quickly had a new inspiration. Fishing up Amon isn't to deal with him, but to restrain Zeradal, who's currently in Bakeland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at higher levels. Furthermore, even if one became a sequence 0 true god, They would still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and sequence, one beyond her characteristics, of a nearby pathway. This was evident from the Evernight goddess's plan. The goddess wants to turn Bakeland into a pot of boiling porridge? Klein made the world Gehrman sparrow ponder for a few seconds before saying, "That's right." The leader of the secret order, a sequence one angel, Emperor Roselle's old friend, Zeradol, is currently hiding in Backland. The law of conservation of beyonder characteristics that we often talk about often refers to the conservation of beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he deliberated and asked, Marauder and Seer are neighboring pathways? Yes, there's another apprentice pathway, the world German sparrow answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, Magician's first thought of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics to the attraction between beyonder characteristics, mentioned by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She then thought of the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, who had been attracted over. Then she began to consider a question. If it's really as Mr. World said, that there's an attraction between beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways, then could it have attracted Zeradol, who was in Bakeland, to the vicinity? Suddenly, Furs thought of the crow that had been staring at Bootiz's back. Furs hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing that all the members were looking at her, she quickly said, "My teacher is a member of the House of Abraham. He wields a rather important sealed artifact." As the first half of the sentence was something that the other members knew apart from the star, Furs didn't think of hiding anything. As for the latter half of the sentence, she made some embellishments, changing it from very important to rather important. Seeing that no one asked any questions, Furs continued. This caused him to occasionally encounter high-sequence beyonders of the apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Bakeland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Bootiz appeared nearby. And I noticed that a crow was staring in the direction that Bootiz was heading. A crow. The exact situation of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were crows flying back and forth, as though they were paying their respects and mourning. And Zeradol's avatar was hidden inside the cathedral. Zeradol is used to using crows as marionettes. This is a mark left behind by him when he was a Bizarro sorcerer. In thought, Klein made the world's German sparrow speak. That's very likely Zeradol. I actually met a sequence, one angel. Magicians first felt a lingering shock and fear. She then recalled that she and Zio had discussed Adam and the possibility of being targeted. For some baffling reason, she had the illusion that she had become the main character. She was only a sequence 7 or sequence 6, but she was already related to a king of angels and a sequence 1 angel. With this in mind, Furs hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice. "Wait, can you hypnotize me to forget some things? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall it and attract attention." "No problem," Audrey replied as she glanced at Zio and nodded at her. As for Leonard, he had some guesses and planned on discussing it with Old Man to hear his opinion. Klein, on the other hand, did not continue to talk about the major events hidden in Bakeland, because for the other members of the Tarot, it was too high-end. Not only could they not participate in it directly, but even a complete understanding of it might bring disaster. In this regard, Klein's idea was that some of the Tarot members might be able to help out at some point, but it was just like entrusting a bounty hunter to do something. He didn't want them to get too involved and figure out the whole story. This was a form of protection for them. At this moment, the hanging man Alger surveyed the area. "According to my observation, the Church of the Storm isn't very active in this war." "Not too active? This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Storm. Although their teachings don't advocate combat, nor do they promote war, They definitely emphasize on treating their enemies with the cruelty of a storm. Any anger will be vented on the spot. Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. Then he combined it with his understanding of deities and made a preliminary analysis. According to my previous speculations, the storm, sun, reader, spectator, and shepherd are close pathways that can be interchanged at a high level. There should be a huge conflict between them, and the Lord of Storms is most likely the wind angel from back then. He had devoured Adam's father, the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. Even if he tacitly allowed George III to become the Black Emperor, it's unlikely that he would sit back and watch Adam use the torrent of the times to ascend to the divine throne therefore. The Church of the Storm isn't willing to expand the war to the extent that it engulfs the entire world. They're trying their best to restrain their urges. It's really difficult for them. This can explain why Ruan and Intis are strangely silent about Fëanor Potter's invasion of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Storm are probably in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. On the one hand, at the level of deities, it's not like they don't have the possibility of betraying the alliance and dealing with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, national strategy urges them to protect those countries. Forcefully going against the understanding that the citizens have formed will lead to the instability of the anchor. Also, once they participate in the war, they will fulfill Adam's wish and fulfill the conditions for him to advance to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world's German sparrow fall silent for a moment before replying to the hanging man's intelligence. At present, this is a necessity. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1132. In fact, Klein couldn't remember if he had told the hanging man that the 5 pathways, sailor, spectator, sun, reader, and secret suppliant, could be interchanged, unless he used dream divination on the spot to recall it. But since the hanging man had shown his doubts about the Church of the Storm's attitude, it meant that he hadn't thought about the possibility of exchanging pathways. Regardless of whether he didn't know or whether he hadn't connected the two matters, Klein believed that he needed to make things clear so that the members of Tarot could grasp the true stance of the various major factions and avoid many dangers. After the hanging man, Alger, and company cast their gazes over, Klein controlled the world, German Sparrow, and made him say in a low, uncertain tone, "The storm, sun, spectator, reader, and secret suppliant are neighboring pathways. So are Evernight, god of combat and death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, this isn't absolute. At the very least, the 7 deities have established an alliance." Upon hearing World's answer, the hanging man, Alger, first recalled how Adam had pushed for the torrent of the times in an attempt to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain understanding of the Church of the Storm's current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy, as if he had seen the essence of the matter, surpassing the level of most of the Beyonders in the Church of the Storm. Audrey also had a new understanding of the strange silence of Intis in this war. She became more and more worried about the situation in Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. In addition, she also knew that she could become an unshadowed, a cataclysmic interrer, and a Sequence 4 representative of the Church of Knowledge's demigod. As for the corresponding Sequence 4 of secret suppliant, it wasn't even within her consideration. Of course, compared to the others, she preferred manipulator. She had a fondness for the spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart. However, she also had a heartfelt fear towards the high-level Beyonders of the spectator pathway. Vinrambis had left a rather bad impression on her, and Adam's, any mention of it will be known, had left a psychological scar on her. She had no choice but to frequently do self-analysis to treat the corresponding problems. Katlia had always been very knowledgeable in this area. Apart from what the World German Sparrow had mentioned, she also knew that mystery priors and savants were similar pathways that could be interchanged at high sequences. It was the same for arbiter and lawyer, prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin and planter and apothecary. While the other members of the tarot were lost in their thoughts, the hanging man Alger said to the world's German sparrow, "Thank you for your answer." He didn't mention what he had figured out. In fact, there was a moment when Alger wanted to leave the Church of the Storm and switch to another pathway. This was at least better than waiting for a slim chance in the church. However, he eventually gave up on this thought. After all, he had been pursuing becoming a cardinal of the Church of the Storm for a long time. Now he was beginning to yearn to be ranked first among the cardinals, becoming an angel in charge of an agent or ascetic. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets. If he were to really be chosen as pontiff, Alger suspected that he would be blasted into a pile of charcoal by a lightning storm the moment he wore the papal tiara. Seeing that the world and the hanged man's exchange had ended, Emlyn asked out of curiosity, "What's the matter?" Which pathway can the apothecary pathway be exchanged with? The sanguine's racial characteristics made it so that none of them wished to switch to other pathways. This was because it often meant that they would lose their identity. Therefore, Emlyn wasn't too concerned about such matters. "The planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother Earth," Catlia replied casually. "The planter pathway, owned by the Church of Earth Mother." Emlyn frowned bit by bit as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Zio also asked, "What's the matter?" "Which pathway is Arbiter related to?" "Lawyer," Catlia replied succinctly. "Lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway. In other words, if I can reach Sequence 5, I can later switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway. And Furs once said that Mr. Fool has a card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of the Black Emperor pathway." Zio suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light in the future. After all, the Arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the two royal families. Even the corresponding military only had low and mid-sequence potion formulas. If they wanted to advance further at Sequence 5, they needed to be bestowed by the royal family. It was just like how every general had to be conferred a title by the king or queen, and what they obtained was basically a concocted potion and a ritual. To Zio, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to obtain, or by the Arbiter pathway sequence, 4-potion formula. Of course, no matter how tight the defenses were, there would always be loopholes. The military demigods knew of the ritual, and from time to time, they would cooperate with the royal family to hunt powerful Beyonder creatures. They could roughly narrow down the main ingredients to a small range, but this also meant that they had to undergo repeated experiments to confirm it. At the same time, the military demigods were unable to grasp the supplementary ingredients. To rely on them to advance, they could only pray for fate. But now, Zio saw another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the similar pathways that Mr. World and Ma, Hermit, had mentioned. Then she asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" Then she asked thoughtfully, "Prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster. Which of them are similar pathways?" The German sparrow World glanced at the hermit and replied with a hoarse voice, "Prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster. Which of them are similar pathways?" Prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, savant, and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high sequence Beyonders. This was all knowledge that Klein could confirm. Among them, the exchange of prisoner and criminal was mentioned by the Red Angel Evil Spirit, and Miss Sharon had tacitly agreed to it. The exchange of savant and mystery prior was personally demonstrated by Roselle the Great. As for hunter and assassin, he was finally certain of it after accumulating information bit by bit. Then what about monster? That's the only one left. The magician's Furs couldn't help but press. Seeing World silence, Catlia thought for a moment and said, "It's difficult to categorize it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It's difficult to classify it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It exists objectively and alone like fate." "I can confirm that," It can only be said that the most fundamental order of our worlds beyond our powers might be chaotic and uncoordinated. The reason why Catlia was certain that there was no interchangeable pathways for monsters was because she had relied on analyzing the snake of fate's blood during her advancement. Is that so? Audrey felt a little uncomfortable with such an uncoordinated situation, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. After the exchange, all the members of the Tarot Club looked at the sun. The youth didn't hesitate at all as he directly said, "We've already set off. Currently, we're less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When the time comes, we'll rest for another day or two before we begin exploring the Giant King's court." Sun's words made the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and company feel as though a myth had entered reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, the Giant King's court was an iconic item that would definitely be mentioned in all sorts of legends and secret documents. What secrets were hidden in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the World and German Sparrow into the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was equally famous as the Giant King's court, Leonard and Justice Audrey were secretly excited and looking forward to it. After all, the city imagined by the Dragon King had lost too much in the process of being transferred to Roselle's travels. It didn't leave behind any valuable traces. Apart from the buildings themselves, only the strangeness of the hall could reveal the charm of ancient myths. Furthermore, more importantly, Sun had mentioned that the kings of angels were conspiring in the Giant King's court. At that moment, the fool Klein was thinking about something else. Should I get little Sun to pray to the Fool before the exploration, and then use the corresponding crimson star and see God's scepter to expand his vision to a certain distance so that he can watch the live stream? Yes, this way, if anything unexpected happens, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on prayer points of light to observe won't be able to last too long. This has nothing to do with my spirituality. It's just that this connection will dissipate on its own, and it can only last for 45 minutes at most. Get little Sun to pray every once in a while. The premise is that it doesn't affect his battle, and it doesn't attract the attention of the people around him. This way, my spirituality can last for about 2 hours. It's on a completely different level from when I was at Sequence 5. Haha, it's also because I've been digesting my potions very quickly recently. After thinking, Klein didn't say anything. He controlled the World and German Sparrow to hint to Sun. Before exploring the Giant King's court, you can pray to Mr. Fool for good luck. During the process, you can pray many times. Mr. World is really a good person. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body to the end of the long, mottled table. Then he saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nod gently. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday.